Yo, 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 yo. We're back! As I said we would be. Got a bit more light in the room to start off this one because the sun isn't out, it's overcast, so it's, you know, it's not quite as glaringly bright behind me. Although it does seem to be still quite glaringly bright. But, you know, it is what it is. We are back with some more Black Myth Wukong. As it was foretold. Now, I've noticed in the... I have been keeping track of it. In the... whatchamacallit? The journal that we've got that keeps track of all the monsters we've encountered. That we're missing a couple from earlier... chapters. So we're going to go back and get them. Before we do anything else. Now then, there's one in chapter 1. Forest of Wolves near the outside the forest shrine. Is that like down here? Outside the cave. Bodhi Peak. Front Hills. Outside the forest. And we have to go to the waterfall. Okie dokie. We had to pick up some long scales in chapter 2 and then return. And then once we've beat this boss, it unlocks one where we thought there would be one in the Webbed Hollow at the Relief of the Fallen Long, where we went to like 2 or 3 times to see if there was a boss. Now then. Oh, you poor, poor beasts. Getting fucking shit on now. You poor bastards. Oh, why hello! How are we today, my friend? You have my bow. Ah, it's over there. Oh, hello, you're earlier. Welcome to I'm doing 3 PM all week this week. I did it yesterday as well. And you weren't here. No, it's fine. Yeah, I'm doing it all week this week so we can finish this in time for starting Resident Evil next week. And I'm debating whether to just make it permanent and just start at 3 and do 8 hours a day. Right, and secret boss. That I'm sure is going to be pretty straightforward at this point. Considering it's in the first chapter and we can unlock it after the second. How were you enjoying Diablo 2 last night? I did see that you were on, and I lurked for a while. Well, I'd love that. Thank you. I'd raided into my DM. Big Fat Chef 69. Who was also playing the same. What, he was doing like Moon Ripper or something? And leveling a sorcerer? Red Lawn. I think we're going to beat this guy. There we go. Yeah, I saw that. I dropped a follow alert. Yeah. I guessed. He's new to the old streaming lark, so he doesn't check his chat particularly often, I noticed. But it's also because he plays with like 3 or 4 people on Discord at a time. And I don't think they're streamers, so they don't like... So he doesn't put them through on his stream, so it can... He's like trying to track like 3 different conversations. The poor boy. Right, that's that one done. The next one is here. Well, that's a welcome change of pace from yesterday. Yes! Checking chat is a learned skill, so I feel free. Yeah, I think I did it right from the beginning, excuse me. But that's because I was very conscious I was streaming. And I basically only do single player stuff. So it's easier for me to... It was easier for me to just, you know, kind of almost focus and remind myself of it constantly. Right, and Sandgate Village, bottom of the well. Must obtain the old rattle drum, which I believe we've gotten. It'll be a key item, I assume. That'll be it. Yeah. Okay. Use it in 3 locations. Side area to the right after going through the locked gate in Valley of Despair. Windrest Hamlet and finally the well where you fought the Earth Wolf. Okay. Let's try and do this then. We fought the Earth Wolf like there. Is it going to be probably best to come through this way then? I have it show up on my game screen, so I'm reminded. No, I've got my stream manager open like right next to me, so it's always in the corner of my eye. So I'm always aware that we're there. Right then, let's do this then. Go and play the drum. This is where Horseman was tied up. Where's the well? Does it mean this pond? I also have that too. Ah, it's up here, it looks like. Nope, that is not a well, that is a post. Where's this fucking well? Eurogamer, are you lying to me? You sons of bitches! Or do we have to do it in this particular order? Oh, there it is. Maybe we have to do it in the order. So then, Valley of Despair. Side area to the right after going through the locked gate in the Valley of Despair. Okay. It's Eurogamer, so probably. Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't put it past them. Side bit to the right. So it'll be like here. Ooh. Oh. I didn't realise you were a thing.
I'm here, little monkey. Let me hear my rattle drum. Part open when the dust stops like hot eggs. I know you're not from around here. Don't frown like that. Our village is
Oh, do you now?
bottom of that well. That's a secret.
Right, next spot. Next spot. Windrest Hamlet. It's like... It just says Windrest Hamlet. So, should be straightforward enough, this one. Oh. How dare you! Oh, we've gone the wrong fucking way. This is the way.
I'm here, little monkey. Let me
I did not. I don't think.
They were all around me. They told me the past people from the village were fed them too.
Oh, fuck off.
It's not my fault.
I believe you, disembodied voice of a child. As foolish as that may be. Right then, now we go back to this fucking well. Hello.
Huh? How did you even know I was here? Just Pa and I know of
Well, you did say it in your first bit of dialogue,
Don't tell anyone, but I have a friend.
but you also,
He helped me with my coughing fit.
but also the internet told me.
I hope his wounds have healed too.
Geronimo! Huh. What is the internet? That's some kind of some king of food.
Rotten mutt, and he dares bear our father's title under that yellow windquire. Brother or not, I will have my vengeance. The kid's dad ran off, and now you've shown up to me.
Okay. I ran in thinking that he would do no damage, and I was very much mistaken. I knew you meant kind. I was being a prick. I don't know if you'd think it was. I don't know if you'd think it was a kind of food. Because it doesn't sound like any other food that I've ever heard of. Yay! Sounds more like a disease, like indigestion. That is true. First try, alright! Right, and now the last one that we missed. Once we've explored his cave. First time he's opened one like this. Is it going to be the body of the child? Plague Bane Good. Ooh. Okay. Down there. Let's go golden shit, I think.
As a pattern. Our sire gave his life to pave the way for the journey.
Is that so?
And not a day passes that we do not yearn to
Yellow long.
Yet every day we find ourselves adrift without a home to call our own.
Gotta love the screen tearing.
To unbind our destinies.
Ow. Wow. Oh, I've not set up my curios right for a boss fight. That would help as well. I only like games that tear my screen. Well then, this would be a firm favourite. Oh yeah, we got Mad Tiger as well, didn't we? Yeah, that one. And the Amber Prayer Beads do what? Build up a focus speed, that's fine, but we want the Thunderstone ring. Damn you! I'm not taking any of it seriously. I don't know why. I can feel it in my brain that I'm just not taking them seriously as a threat. And clearly they are, because he's killed me twice. Come on, brain. Behave. Like a brain. Oh, fuck you. Wow, that did half my health bar. Bruh. After yesterday, the only threatening thing is that fucking scorpion. That was such bullshit because, mate, I've switched back to this fucking needle, like, vessel thing that I've got. That flies around and does homing damage. Because I'd switched back to this one that does, like, the big force field, like, boom. That has always knocked fucking, staggered bosses out of their, like, phase transition. Wasn't doing it. Then I was like, maybe because we got this one in this level, in this chapter, it's this one that does it for him, and it was. It just negated that, like, fucking phase transition. I was so pissed off. This little thing. Ow. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Damn it! Oh my god, that's so stupid. I mean, it tracked with what happened when we found the other vessels. Like, in each chapter, that vessel would knock that final boss out of their transition. But yeah, I was annoyed, both with the game and at myself for taking that long to try it. Oh, I fucking dodged, bro. Oh, fuck. No. Bruh. Oh my god. Why am I getting worse, mate? A double whammy. Yeah, it was. Brain, engage. It may not help that the, like, mini bosses I've fought so far in the next chapter have been really easy. But that's no excuse. You have to focus. You can only deal with what's in front of you. I'm trapped. Yeah, fuck you, you prick. Ow. Oh, and I didn't get to summon my things. Oh, bro. I pushed twice to drink, so fucking drink. Dodge, mate. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Oh my god, bro. I dodged! I'm getting fed up with this man. Brain locking. Absolutely brain locking. Hey, Solomon. How's it going, brother? How you keeping? What? What the fuck? Just auto broke it. Oh my god, you've got to fucking dodge those, mate. Ugh. Tried to drink, can't drink quick enough. Being okay? Yeah, I had we had a bit of a wobble for like couple of weeks, 3 weeks, then the PS5 had tech issues, so it was a whole thing. But feeling better now. Trying to get this out the way before Resident Evil 9. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh my god, what the fuck? Hey, fan! 2 days, yes, 2 days. 2 days for Resident Evil 9, but I will probably not get it because I've got it coming physically because it's got a fucking steelbook case and I fucking love those for the deluxe edition. So I've got that coming, which will probably be Friday night. Because of where we live out in the fucking middle of nowhere. We tend to be like last on the day's deliveries. That's some fucking bullshit. Oh no. We're dead. Steelbook! Yes, a steelbook. I fucking love those things. I believe in miracles. That you came along. I don't know why we're struggling so, but we shouldn't be struggling so hard against this guy. We'll switch back to this, see if we can knock him out of his glidey phase. Oh. That's annoying. Ow. Help me, monkey friends! No, no, no. No. Stop, stop. I'm already dead. Oh, Jesus. No! I think it's time to stop believing in miracles there, fam. Oh, yeah, we didn't try and knock him out of his thing, did we? Boo. Oh, it's because I think we transformed. Make medicines. We need more shock. The first one, what? Oh, no, I haven't used the fucking vessel yet. I forgot to. Ow. You're not allowed to dodge. No. Oh, it didn't affect him. Nice. Or he was out of the range. No. No. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, shit. No! Stop attacking! Ugh!
Our science celestial court. We dreaded the Jade Emperor's wrath, and pleaded with Master Yuan to help us abscond from our waters. But he warned us we might hide for a time, but not forever.
Is he gonna give us his spear?
In the end, someone will come to claim our lives. He had more to say. Sires to sons, we are destined to die for the righteous cause. I trust him, yet I won't obey. May your path not once more be a mere thread in their grand design.
It's Shenron!
All three of your brothers have been clean. If not now, when will you reunite? Destiny repeats itself, always. Why not cast the die once more?
Gimme, gimme, gimme. C supporting tendon. Coon steel. Golden lining. Golden thunder, lightning's gift. A deadly dance, both cruel and swift. Oh, we transform into him. Is that what he gives us? That's cool. I can accept that. Yeah, we don't actually get the... I see. Kind of sad, but, you know. Why don't we increase the chance of obtaining materials from feeding? Yes, please. Oop. You... And... you. What are you gonna wish for? Ooh. To finish this game quickly. Capable of supporting the sky and the sea, this long tendon is the last relic of the four long brothers. It may be combined with the rest of the collection. Treat it with care. Thundertail. Veiled in clouds and mist at rest, this long tail conjures thunder and lightning with its every move. Its purpose lingers in mystery, likely to unfold in times ahead. Well, I'm sure you can get it done today or tomorrow. I reckon tomorrow would be my best guess. And then after that tomorrow I get to watch the Scrubs revival. What a day. The long wreath staff. Oh, we need more will. Right, and let me sell some shit. Do we have enough now? Almost. I quite like the lightning stuff. Right, let's read some shit. Revenant Stalwart. Endless toil, no rest in view. Joy of nature, never ours to pursue. Serving others, in vain we strive. Lamenting years, centuries alive. The stalwart summoned from the underworld by the Keeper were the lowest ranking soldiers back there. With their daily duties to maintain the flow of the underworld, being sent to the mortal realm was akin to the days of rest, a break from their relentless toil. One day as they patrolled the flaming mountains, 4 stalwarts shared their stories. One pointed to Furnace Valley and remarked, "This lava here makes me think of my task back underground. Those who committed arson in life are sentenced to embrace searing hot copper pillars naked in our copper depth. We had to fuel the fire and scrape off burnt flesh once and again. If we had a firefall like it here, it would surely make things easier." Another added, "True, and those who broke families in life go to our iron depth. We plant an edge of the blade tree into their back and hang them on the tree. Our endless days are spent sharpening the blades and trimming the trees. Sometimes the blade cuts through their flesh and they fall with wounds wide open. That's when we stitch them up, carry them from the ground, and hang them on the blade again. A giant iron ball like the one ahead would make the job much simpler." The third one chimed in. "You have it easy. Those who torture animals go to our bull depth, where they are trampled and gored by lava bulls. We must tend the bulls, fit them with iron hooves, and sharpen their horns. The crushed corpses must be dug out occasionally, lest they clog the path of the bulls. A flaming cart would be a much better solution." The last stalwart, gazing at the landscape of flaming mountains, exclaimed, "This place is better than any of our depths, don't you see? This is the best depth, with state-of-the-art torturing tools. I'm now living in my dream." Hearing this, all his companions spat in disdain and left. "Sheepy, how's it going, brother?" How you doing? Revenant Archer. He who brings tales of fault and blame is often caught in the very same game. Trust not the one who seems most fair, and in their goodness be aware. In the southern camp of the kingdom of Uetwo, near the western side of the flaming mountains, a cook in the army was tasked with delivering food to the soldiers each and every day. During his routine, he often noticed a shadowy figure trailing him. When his courage led him to confront it, he discovered it was a pottery figurine, armed with an arrowless bow, a truly peculiar sight. "It is known that only the guilty are haunted," the cook assured of his clear conscience demanded. "Why do you always follow me?" The figurine, faceless yet speaking from within, replied, "In a past life we were from the same town, and served together in the army. I was wounded by an enemy arrow, and you abandoned me. I was left to succumb to an infection and die. My resentment prevented me from reincarnation, and Yama, the king of the underworld, made me a revenant. I have come now for your life." Puzzled, the cook asked, "Then why not kill me?" The figurine raised its bow, replying, "This bow shoots only arrows of punishment. You've been reasonably upright in this life, so I find no arrow to strike you. My only choice now is to linger aimlessly. The cook asked if there was anything he could do to stop its wandering, but the figurine spat back. "It was your fault. You should atone, not help me. Your debt will clear once you've recited Buddha's name for me 10,000 times and kneeled to each. Then I may find peace." Enraged by such entitlement, the cook argued, Your fall in enemy hands wasn't my arrow. Your failure to evade wasn't my push. Leaving you was a choice, not a crime. Why blame me?" With that, he smashed the pottery figurine with his meal lid. The figurine shattered and turned to dust in the wind. Alas, even ghosts dread violence. Reflecting on one's actions is essential, and kindness is a virtue. But beware of being exploited for your good heart, lest the accused becomes the accuser. Little parable. Sheepy! Yo! How's it going, brother? Lava Bull Revenant. High and mighty, in the finest attire, yet a twist of fate from life to mire. The underworld trials are no mere law. They know it all when they see your core. In the kingdom of pure joy there was an official of high standing, a skeptic of spirits and deities. His path to power was paved with the lives of many. As age and illness beset him, he found himself bedridden. In a feverish sleep he dreamt of two bull-headed guys emerging from the blazing flames. Standing upright in armour, they declared they were to take him to the underworld for trial, and urged him to settle his affairs with the living. Startled awake and realising the gravity of his past wrongdoings, the official hastily told his family to gather monks and Taoists to perform rituals in the house. He dispelled his wealth through acts of charity, feeding the poor, donating to temples, and gilding Buddha statues. All the rituals and charity were done in the hope of sparing himself from the torments of the underworld. His deeds stirred the city. Praise for his generosity echoed in the streets. Then came another dream. The bull-guys with a scroll in hand came to claim his soul. He protested. "I've done much good recently. Surely it offsets my past wrongs." One guy explained, "True, you've done something good. But that was after how you falsely accused the righteous, how you betrayed your peers, how you extorted the peasants, and how you plundered for your wealth. For those, Yama still waits your trial, and to the underworld you must go." The other guy sneered. "Good deeds are good, but evil deeds are still evil. Your end as a greedy official is sealed." With that, they shackled his soul with iron chains and dragged him into the flames, leading him towards the underworld. That very night the official died in agony and fear, eyes bulging wide, losing control of his bowels. Nice colour commentary there at the end. Revenant Charbone. Seek not with greed what life can give. By harming others, how can one live? Evil deeds, their judgment due. In the netherworld, their fate they rue. In the kingdom of pure joy there dwelled a high official from a lineage of glory. His father, a beacon of honour and privilege, had passed recently. Not long after, the official himself met a sudden death. His soul, bewildered, found itself in the depths of the underworld, surrounded by terrifying sights. He came to a halt before a colossal stone gate and peered inside. There he saw charred corpses on their knees, twisted and shrunken from the relentless flames, their faces erased under chains and shackles. Among them, one scorched figure struggled to rise, shouting, "Zerung, my son, it's me, your father." Better, the official's childhood name resonated with truth. He hastily asked, "Father, why are you here? I held so many rituals made for your passage." The charred spirit replied, "They're futile. Virtues in life bring fortune in the next, but wrongdoings must be paid now. My misdeeds caused many deaths, and Yama condemned me to the ceaseless depths, to burn eternally. My son, do not follow my path." Then 5 more charred spirits emerged, his ancestors going back to his great-great-grandfather, all echoing the same warning. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew, and the stone gate slammed shut. The official awoke back among the living. For a time he lived modestly, yet the hardships of simplicity soon wore him down. Convincing himself it was nothing more than a dream, he slipped back into his lavish ways. Revenant Charface. Time gallops like a horse so fair, here and there, seeming without care. Past flows like water in its course, dreams buried deep, without remorse. The gates of the city of injustice are guarded by the Charfaces. Unlike soul reapers, they wield blades of karmic flames, burning lost souls to ash, hence their perpetually smoked visages. But soul reapers are in bleach. They're not Yao Guai. One day, two Charfaces at the gate caught a soul trying to sneak out. As one raised his flaming blade to strike, the desperate soul pleaded, "Spare me, kind sirs. Should I revive, I'll burn 10 houses of paper ingots in your honour." The other Charface restrained his companion and proposed, "Let's have a wager then. If you win, you go free. But if you lose, blame your own luck." The soul asked, "What would be the wager?" And he answered, "If half the souls entering the city today wish to return to life like you win." With that, he handed over paper and ink and tasked the soul with recording the names and earthly obsessions of those newly deceased. As the gate closed for the day, the soul hurried to the Charfaces and declared, "I've won! I've won indeed!" The Charfaces presented the list to the gatemaster, who found that it matched perfectly in both numbers and names, and even included details the deceased themselves hadn't revealed. Satisfied, the gatemaster held the soul in high regard, generously rewarded him, and said, "I know you seek to leave the city, but the gates are shut for today. Perhaps you should come again tomorrow." Months passed, with the soul returning daily, and each day a similar bet was made. Over time, the soul ceased longing for a return to life, and took up a role as a scribe under the gatemaster. Alas, it makes one wonder, should we look ahead and accept whatever future awaits us, or stay committed to steadfast goals? Perhaps there's no right answer. What matters is the willingness to make your choice. Lava Bat. In flames that leap and kiss the sky, down to the earth their fiery flight. Forged in flames they rise once more, braving trials for powers pure. Flaming mountains harboured numerous caves, yet most were filled with flowing lava, unfit for dwelling or practice. Finding a cool cavern was a prized rarity. However, as adept flyers in the mountains, the lesser bat guais often discovered comfortable caves and sheer cliffs. Unfortunately, the larger guais followed suit and claimed these caves for themselves. Angered by constant displacements, the bats were resolute in moving to Furnace Valley, a place of towering firefalls and rivers of molten rock. No other guais would dare to venture there, and all advised them to leave. The bats, undeterred, dismissed the warnings and retorted, "We can never secure a comfortable hideout when you're around. That's why we've chosen the most dangerous and treacherous place. In our spiritual practice here, it's a matter of life or death. We're done being victims and pushed around." Fortune favoured their resolve and rewarded their practice. Though the scorching lava burnt them time and time again, it forged their fiery skins, and dodging the spewing magma honed their agility. Alas, no path is set in life. While well-trodden roads may offer smoother travel, striking out anew invites trials and derision, yet the fruits of such a journey are uniquely gratifying. Right, we're going to do the last of these lesser Yao Guai ones, and then we'll do the other ones later on. 'Neath fiery peaks in robes so fine, guarding jade doors with gold's radiant shine, tangled in those worldly gains, all splendour fades, like dust it wanes. Bull Sergeant. Through the ages, those seeking rain from the plantain fan often presented gifts and tributes. As the chief guard in Rakshasi's court, the Bull Sergeant was in charge of collecting these offerings. The quality of the tributes greatly affected the well-being of the mountain's Yao Guais throughout the year. Thus the Bull Sergeant always schemed to influence the tributes towards his own preferences. One day, leaning on the doorframe and sighing deeply, he noticed the smoke from his nose resembled his favourite roast chicken, and devised a plan. He told all the tribute bearers that the shape of the smoke rising from flaming mountains at dusk indicated that what the plantain fan desired as offerings. Believing this to be a divine sign, the people, despite their hardships, started contributing exactly as the smoke suggested. The Bull Sergeant received many of his desired items and revelled in a contented life. However, over time this led to a growing discontent among the villagers toward Rakshasi and her reigns. One day, Lady Rakshasi had to leave for a lecture by Lord Lao in the Celestial Court, and was unable to bring rain for the people. In panic, the Bull Sergeant confessed his wrongdoings and begged for her forgiveness. It turned out she never required any tributes. She naturally provided rain for the villagers throughout the seasons for planting and growing. The whole tribute scheme was a fabrication. Lady Rakshasi didn't punish the Bull Sergeant, but ordered him to return the goods and tell the truth to the villagers. But they refused to take back their offerings. Instead, they urged the sergeant to convince the plantain fan for more rain. Caught between the villagers and the lady, the sergeant ended up berated by both sides, the bull scorned by all. And the Bull Soldier. Strong of body, skilled in fight, shield and spear, a valorous sight. Heart ablaze with fervent zeal, loves disdain, the pain he feels. 3 centuries ago, when the Bull King still graced the celestial court and the Red Boy practiced under Guan Yin, peace reigned over flaming mountains. One day, Bishui Beast promoted a captain among the Bull soldiers, and the captain moved into the night duty chamber of the Rakshasa Palace to accommodate his increased responsibilities. He occupied the adjoining room for rest and the main west chamber for hosting guests. One morning, he found the guest room had been tidily arranged overnight. Dustless furniture, washed fruits on plates, and freshly brewed tea. Perplexed, he thought of the furry celestial maidens serving the lady, and the fox maidens attending the king's daughter. Recalling how the other guards often teased him for being more handsome than the rest, now, as a new captain, he couldn't help but feel elated. Surely there must be a secret admirer. For over a month, this mysterious, kind-hearted maiden visited nightly, yet never revealed herself. Growing impatient, the captain resolved to wait outside the chamber one night. Around the 4th watch he heard heavy steps, quite unlike the gentle maidens, furred or fox. Regardless, he lunged at the figure as soon as the door opened and secured a tight hold on it. The figure was muscular and sturdy, too large for his arms. Muffled grunts followed, and the voice of the bull sergeant emerged. "I like things tidy, and your room is always messy. That's why I'd clean it up after my night duty. You don't have to act so grateful." And then we got chiefs and kings and characters still to do, but we'll do them later on. Because my throat's getting a bit dry. There we go. Banana, 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 banana. I mean, you could also pass by that crack ahead. Let's be real. You don't have to go through the hole. Chop, chop. Oh, there you are. Very Muspelheim. Let's see if we can go up this way first. For there are things to collect. Oh no, not again. I've beaten Muspelheim. I can beat this. Then I will kill her and take it. Is that what you want to hear, princess? I want 3 hours of sleep. Oh no, sheepy! Sheepy, no! How is everyone else? Alright, mate. No complaints today. Why are you only on so little sleep, man? Why is that? Was it just a rough night? If so, I feel you. You fucking ass. Festivities last night went on really late, hence why you saw me pop up. Ah, okay. Oh, I fucking saw you as well, bro. What were the festivities in aid of? Out of curiosity. No, not what I wanted to do. Right. Searing fire. Eternal life, a simple dream. True ascent, a distant gleam. The world seeks shortcuts, lost in their quest. With countless sacrifices, they never rest. Outside the walls of the Kingdom of Sacrifice atop the mountains stood the Fume Fire Temple, renowned for its ability to reform wayward youths from fallen households. The temple was spoken highly of for guiding lost souls toward righteous paths. This tale, as told by a landowner, is about one such disciple, Zhao Zan. Zhao Zan was a vagabond. He beguiled guests of brothels into lavish spending, and one of his patrons turned out to be landowner Wang's son. He soon found himself pursued by the authorities and facing a trial against Wang. A Taoist from the Fume Fire Temple happened upon him and offered sanctuary. From that point forward, Zhao San immersed himself in the pursuit of wisdom, practiced diligently, and dutifully undertook tasks assigned by his master. One day, when he descended the mountain on an errand, he came across Mai Niang, a concubine being mistreated by the wife of a household during the journey to the temple. Without hesitation, Zhao Zan intervened, rescuing Mai Niang, and brought her to the temple to shield her from the cruelty of that family. With nowhere else to turn, Mai Niang was welcomed into the temple by the master and became a disciple. Filled with gratitude for Zhao Zan for saving her life, she tended to the temple's chores. Over time, she repeatedly sought to become Zhao Zan's spiritual partner, yet her advances were always rebuffed. Years later, having made significant spiritual progress, Zhao Zan underwent an ascension ceremony organized by his master, with Mai Niang invited as a witness. They were taken to a mountain peak with a river of fire flowing down. Zhao San received a talisman from his master and courageously leaped into the fire. Filled with a longing to practice alongside him, Mai Niang followed suit amidst cheers and blessings. As the smoke rose, they were reborn from the blazing flames as the eternal guardians of the river of lava. Thus, in the fiery embrace, they found immortality and everlasting life, forever part of the river's endless flow. Some people celebrate the 9th of Chinese New Year with a lot of prayers and food offerings and a lot of fireworks, naturally fireworks, yeah, and food. And yesterday, or today, was that celebration, and a friend invited me to join, because my family don't celebrate that specific tradition. Oh, okay, that's cool. Very nice! It sounds like a very good time. Especially the food. Earth Rakshasa. Round eyes that gleam so bright, a body drenched in blood's light, with a 7 treasure hat adorned, a sincere heart, though face is scorned. The Earth Rakshasas were descendants of the Sea Rakshasas, born during their exile. Due to the different will of their new home, they did not grow to the enormous size of their ancestors. Despite this, their loyalty to Princess Rakshasi remained as steadfast as that of their forebears. They strictly adhered to the precepts set by Rakshasi, diligently practicing their arts and shedding many of their old vices. It was, but the cost was being a zombie for today. Yeah, I bet. But that is the price you pay sometimes to make great and worthwhile memories. So you've just kind of gone through the motions today, I assume. There were many folk tales about Rakshasas being fond of eating human flesh, which is why villagers near Flaming Mountains often sent their elderly to the Stone Temple as offerings. In truth, the Rakshasas of the Flaming Mountains did not eat humans. On the contrary, because of their immense strength, could easily harm mortals. Rakshasi gave them specially crafted heavy shields and instructed them to focus more on defense than attack. However, if pushed to their limits, they would still unleash their fire-breathing abilities. Even though the Earth Rakshasas had made many changes, people still screamed and fled in terror at the sight of their fearsome appearance. But from the perspective of the Earth Rakshasas, weren't those screaming mortals just as terrifying? Right, Yaogwai Chiefs. Mad Tiger. Yellow wind invades the land, brothers turn to strife. Father's vengeance left unclaimed in the well of life. Roaring through the mountain pass, a heart that feigns to care, actions always half complete, dreams and life laid bare. One day the brother of Tiger Vanguard was practicing his roaring technique at the bottom of a well when he saw someone climbing down the vines. Seeing that the intruder had some courage, he refrained from attacking and instead inquired about his purpose. The man explained that he was seeking a bodhisattva to cure his son's wind illness, but he failed, and now his son was on the brink of death. Hearing this, Tiger Brother devised a plan. He attributed his elder brother's deeds to himself and convinced the man to bring his son, claiming he could treat the boy. When they first met, the boy's face was pale. Too weak to climb down the well by himself, the boy was carried by his father by tying him with a hemp rope to lower him safely into the well. Tiger Brother examined the boy and confirmed that his spirit had been disturbed by the Samadi wind. Without stopping the wind and sand, no one could cure him. Tiger Brother remembered that his brother had given him a magical gourd. Drinking from it could strengthen one's vitality, and he thought it might keep the boy alive. After the boy drank the water Tiger Brother gave him, he indeed regained some energy and could speak. Despite his long illness, the boy was very polite. He thanked Tiger Brother for his help, praising him endlessly. In the boy's admiring gaze, Tiger Brother found a long-lost sense of satisfaction. He instructed the father and son to come daily to take a sip from the gourd, or the boy would relapse. After several visits, the boy's condition improved significantly. He could walk around and even play in the village, making many friends. Each time he came to drink from the gourd, he would call Tiger Brother Tiger God and share his new food, toys, and experiences. Despite his initial wariness of the father and son, Tiger Brother gave the boy his gourd when he observed that the man was sincere and honest. He instructed the boy to keep the gourd close. Heeding his words, the boy's health improved even more. Yet abruptly, the father and son stopped visiting. Tiger Brother waited for several days, thinking they might have run off with the gourd. Determined to find out what happened, he went to the village. Upon entering the village, he saw blood everywhere. The villagers had been slaughtered. At the village entrance, there was a thin coffin, and inside lay the boy's body. He still wore the gourd Tiger Brother had given him around his neck. Judging by the wounds, it seemed he had been beaten to death with sticks. Tiger Brother carried the coffin back to the bottom of the well. He decided to wait until he was strong enough. One day he would stop that cursed wind and sand. The Sixth Sister. Oh my god, bro. In hidden groves, a home appears. Laughter fills the path with flowers near. Girl chases the butterflies in flight, as rumours fade like shooting stars in the night. In the webbed hollow, there were no children of the same age as the Sixth Sister. She usually spent her time with her elder sisters, who were all very nice to her. Only the Fourth Sister would strictly supervise her training. Sometimes, when she trained diligently, the Fourth Sister would take her to the mountain top to gaze at the scenery outside and tell her stories about the world beyond the mountains. Although she enjoyed following her fourth sister, the fourth sister often went into the mountains to investigate secrets unknown to her. Claiming it was dangerous, she refused to take her along, which left the sixth sister feeling bored. Yeah, I did witness that boss win earlier. Why, thank you, sir. One day, a flower viewing banquet was held in the mountains, and the lesser Yao Guais from Mount Wushan came to deliver gifts. As usual, after completing their tasks, they were invited to stay and drink. The elder sisters were busy entertaining guests and taking care of their mother, so the sixth sister wandered off on her own. The steward Guai, unable to refuse her, had to accompany her around the cave for a while. Two drunken pig Guais saw the sixth sister and pointed at her, saying, "Is that the one?" "Yeah, that's the one." Feeling annoyed by their comments, the sixth sister retorted, "Why are you pig Guais pointing at me? Where are your manners? And what did you mean for this and that?" The steward Guai tried to signal the pig Guais to shut up, but they continued. "Little girl, let us tell you a secret that everyone knows but you." The steward Guai quickly tried to intervene, but the sixth sister earnestly said, "Go ahead." The two pig Guais laughed and said, "Your father is a pig just like us. You're a relative of our old pig family." Contrary to their expectations, the little girl didn't burst in anger or throw a tantrum. Instead, she pouted and spoke with a dismissive tone, saying, "You must be attempting to establish a connection with me because you lack skill in your craft and seek to exploit me. The one my mother chose would never be someone as despicable as you." Hearing this, the pig Guais felt embarrassed and never dared to joke at her again. The fifth sister. Yeah, that boss, I don't know, I was saying, like, my brain just wasn't engaging properly with it. Like, I could tell he was a threat and it was going to be a tougher boss fight, but I just couldn't get my brain to view it that way. It was really weird. I don't know how to explain. Orioles are charming. Swallows love to play. Sisters close in bond. Let them not be swayed by worldly fray. The fifth daughter of the Zhu family, in the prime of her youth, was renowned for her stunning beauty. One night, dark clouds obscured the moon and a chilly wind swept over the ridge, signalling an impending storm. The fifth sister was accompanying her second sister in the village, overseeing the work of the lesser Yao Guais, when she spotted a travelling scholar seeking shelter from the rain. Feeling mischievous, she decided to play a trick on him. The scholar, being somewhat naive, was worried about his bookcase getting soaked and rushed into the deserted village without noticing the Yao Guais. He barely made it inside, bolted the door and lit an oil lamp just as the rain began to pour heavily outside. Gazing at the rain through the window, the scholar was inspired to recite poetry. Shu's land in turmoil, the court in disarray. Like thunderclaps in clear skies, they sway. A clap of thunder roared. The scholar thought he saw the window shake, but paid it no mind until he finished reciting, feeling refreshed. As he finished the line, he noticed the window lattice move again. Assuming it was the wind and rain, he hurriedly shut the window. After finishing his poem, feeling refreshed, he suddenly realised someone was knocking at the door. He caught a glimpse of a graceful silhouette on the door's paper screen, and a sense of alarm washed over him as he entertained the thought that it could be a Yao Guai. However, considering his own wretched and unremarkable existence, he somehow found solace in the idea of becoming a victim of beauty. As the scholar hurriedly got up and flung the door open, expecting to see the stunning Yao Guai, he was instead met with a horrifying sight. A ghost with dishevelled hair and pus-filled eyes. Overwhelmed with terror, he let out a scream and instinctively pushed past her, desperate to escape the haunted house. Outside the door, the fifth daughter, playing with her delicate fingers, leaned gracefully against the wall, only to be knocked off balance. Angrily, she walked into the house, cursing the scholar for his rudeness, and happened to see an old bronze mirror on the desk. Picking it up, she found out that the storm had washed away her makeup, leaving her face a patchwork of colours, and with her wet hair covering it, she looked truly frightening. Even she couldn't help but laugh. The fourth sister. Sword raised to the azure sky, enemy bloodstains the black robe high. Fortunate to be a maiden fair, outshining heroes with grace and flair. In the old days, the Scorpion Lord brought his 4 sons to the Temple of Yellow Flowers seeking refuge. The 100-eyed Taoist master, coveting the power of his venom, promised to arrange marriages between the young spider Yao Guais and the Scorpion Princes. Hence he called forth Violet Spider and 4 of her daughters to meet them. Once everyone was seated, the Taoist master asked the princes to introduce themselves one by one. The eldest prince stood up, thumping his chest, and declared, "My skills were personally taught by my father. Among my brothers I am the best bachelor. If all the sisters wish to marry me, don't let it cause any discord." Seeing the sisters frown, the second prince quickly stood up and interjected, "Sisters, please forgive my brother's recklessness. Strong as he is, which I admit, I am no less capable. If you choose me as your husband, I will expand our domain and make it prosperous." The Taoist master was displeased by the second prince's ambition, and the sisters too remained non-committal, turning their gaze to the third scorpion son. Feeling the pressure of their stares, he reluctantly said, "My brothers are all skilled, and my younger brother is also exceptional. Sisters, please consider carefully before making a choice." The fourth prince, disdainful of his third brother's lack of confidence, said, "My third brother is a bit awkward in temperament. I hope you don't mind. Although I am younger, my future is promising. Choosing me is choosing the future." After hearing their self-introductions, the Taoist master asked the four daughters of the Zhu family to express their opinions one by one. The eldest sister spoke gently. "With many sisters to look after, our mother's illness, I cannot lay down this burden and let my sisters suffer. My marriage can wait a few more years." The scorpions shook their heads, expressing regret. The second sister laughed coquettishly and said, "I am busy managing the family business alone, with many financial gaps to fill. If any of you are willing to help bridge these gaps, I might consider marriage." The Scorpion Lord's mountain had long since fallen into ruin, with no wealth to speak of, so the second sister's words effectively ended the conversation. The third sister, holding a fan, said, "I wish to marry someone with whom I can live in harmony. I love the poetry of Luo Yin. Have any of you read his works?" It's likely that the four princes didn't even know what poetry was, let alone who Luo Yin was. Consequently, everyone pinned their hopes on the fourth sister. Sitting at the end, the fourth sister hummed softly out of boredom before speaking. "My sisters, you were too polite, speaking so tactfully that they probably didn't even understand. This so-called meeting is just a scheme against us. We would end up with no gain, while they take our dowries and positions in our cave. How dare they consider us as the ones to be taken advantage of? They call themselves princes, yet none of them are noble. If they truly had any skills, why not earn their own fortunes instead of showing off and making fools of themselves here?" After the fourth sister's outburst, the conversation at the table shifted to criticising her. Though apologies were exchanged, the topic of marriage was never brought up again. The third sister. In seclusion for 100 springs, truth and falsehood the mountain brings. Rosy face turns into grey hair. Love stories seldom end fair. The third daughter of the Zhu family, graceful in demeanour and gentle in nature, loved reading and writing. Observing that her younger sisters were still naive, and her two elder sisters were extremely busy, she focused on needlework and became the best weaver in the family. The fabric shop, run by the second sister outside, used weaving patterns designed by the third sister. The weavers in the cave were also trained by her. Due to her gentle and kind-hearted nature, she often found it difficult to command the Yaoguais. Thus the fifth sister became her best assistant. While the third sister taught with the weaving patterns in hand, the fifth sister followed with a punishing ruler. If any weaver was particularly unruly, the straightforward fifth sister would report them to the second sister, who would then seal the offender in a cocoon to be used as food. Because the eldest and second sisters were often preoccupied with various affairs, the fifth sister had been following the third sister since childhood. The third sister was very quiet, so the fifth sister became her lively counterpart. The two sisters bickered and quarrelled, but it made the days pass more easily. Among the books the third sister often read were those strange mortal anecdotes. She always found them fascinating and longed to experience those romantic scenes depicted. However, she was too wise to fall for any romantic scholar, knowing that most Yaoguais in those stories met tragic ends. The first sister. The path home is covered in green moss. Peach blossoms begin to bloom across. How tender and gentle her caring affection, among sisters, a loving connection. The eldest sister of the Zhu family was gentle and serene, caring for her younger sisters like a mother. She meticulously managed every aspect of their daily lives. Even the straightforward second sister and the independent fourth sister behaved obediently and showed a touch of girlish charm in her presence. Each day she oversaw the cave's catering, everyone's clothing, and was the go-to for disputes, illnesses, joys, and sorrows, keeping her busy from dawn till dusk. There was always a steady stream of courier lesser Yaoguais coming to her with messages. "My lady, the second and fourth ladies are arguing." "My lady, the fifth lady scolded a weaver and now they need an extra hand. Can someone be sent?" "My lady, the sixth lady injured herself while practicing and asks for you to come and have a look." One day, the lady of the house, her mother, called her to her side. As soon as she stepped into the hut, the tranquil scene of her mother admiring the flowers under a tree caught her eyes. Her mother waved her over, saying, "The flowers in our abode are more beautiful than those in the upper realm." Meanwhile, outside the hut, the lesser Yaoguais in charge of catering was waiting for her to decide the menu, and the steward overseeing the cocoons was waiting to report matters. The eldest sister asked, "Mother, is there something you wish to instruct me on?" Her mother gently took her hand and said, "I just want you to accompany me in admiring these flowers." She smiled warmly, adding, "I worry they will wear you out." The eldest sister looked at her mother and was suddenly transported back to many years ago, when her mother had held her hand in the same way as they admired the peach blossoms together. The flowers were beautiful then, and so was her mother. I'm assuming that the fourth sister was the one that we saw with like the tear streaks from her makeup that was like helping us out down and around the webbed hollow. That's my guess anyway. 5 element carts. 5 carts align with elements 5. From their fusion, fiery life does thrive. Beast heads roar as they swiftly race. Fire wheels east and west, the path they trace. At Flaming Mountains, Red Boy was about to celebrate his 100th birthday. He was in high spirits and asked the keeper, "My birthday is coming soon, can I go out and play for a while?" The keeper replied, "As your father instructed when he ordered me to watch over you, I must ensure you focus on your practice. You cannot go out at will." Red Boy argued, "I've already mastered the Samedi fire. Can't I take a break for a few days?" As he spoke, he punched his nose, releasing a burst of flames. The keeper shook his head. "You were taught the Samedi fire so that you could use it to refine your inner core. Spitting fire carelessly such as that dissipates your chi, and is nothing more than a trivial trick." He continued, "The liver corresponds to wood, which generates fire. The heart corresponds to fire, which generates earth. The spleen corresponds to earth, which generates metal. The lungs correspond to metal, which generates water. The kidneys correspond to water, which generates wood. 5 elements generate each other in a continuous cycle. With the Samedi fire, you should use it to refine the energy of your 5 organs." Growing impatient, Red Boy said, "Enough, I understand. I'll go back to my practice." On his birthday, the Bull King hosted a grand banquet in the mountains, inviting many friends to celebrate. Red Boy ordered some minions to bring out 5 small carts. The minions arranged the carts according to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Red Boy approached them, recited an incantation, and spat out fire from his mouth, while thick smoke erupted from his nose. Flames burst forth from his eyes, and fire surged from the 5 carts. After several bursts, the red flames blazed into the sky. The keeper was displeased, feeling that Red Boy was too playful and overly interested in trivial tricks. He feared that the boy might waste his potential in the days to come. However, the Bull King was very pleased. To him, although Red Boy was not engaged in deep practice, he already understood how to employ his skills to create useful tools, which showed great ingenuity. He immediately ordered the creation of 5 larger war carts for his son. From then on, the 5 element carts became Red Boy's companions in his practice. Within 100 years, these carts, imbued with his Samedi fire, gained sentience and became formidable guys in the Flaming Mountains. Father of Stones. 2 more, and then we've just got the kings, and we'll do them later on. In mountains high, a deity grand, envy not his bliss that flows like sand. Within his grasp, a skeleton light, a romance lost to distant lands. One day, a tattered clothed girl stumbled into the valley of Yellow Wind Ridge. Covered in wounds, she sought refuge in a cave belonging to a rock guai, after noticing some living goods inside. When the Father of Stones discovered her presence, his initial intention was to expel her. However, upon witnessing her pitiable condition, he relented and granted her permission to rest for a while. To his surprise, the girl ingeniously utilized the wild fruits and game found in the cave to prepare a delectable meal. The tantalizing aroma tempted the Father of Stones, leading him to reconsider his decision and allow her to stay and continue cooking. From that point forward, the stone deity would regularly procure ingredients, while the girl skillfully transformed them into delicious dishes. Thus, the guai and the girl coexisted harmoniously for a span of 2 years. During a routine day of washing clothes by the river, the girl unexpectedly encountered a woodcutter from her village. Overwhelmed with emotions upon seeing a familiar face, she couldn't contain her tears upon returning to the cave. Through her sobs, she revealed the harrowing truth that she had fled from her abusive parents, who planned to force her into a marriage with a foolish suitor in exchange for a dowry. The girl now lived in constant fear of being captured and forcibly taken back to her oppressive home. As expected, the following day at noon, a group of villagers arrived at the valley. The girl's parents, afraid of the Yao Guai, desperately pleaded at the entrance of the cave. Despite their pleas, the determined girl refused to comply with their demands. Frustrated and enraged, her parents resorted to cursing her. However, their vitriol subsided momentarily when the Father of Stones emerged from the cave and bellowed a commanding shout, causing the villagers to retreat in fear. Yet as soon as the stone deity returned inside, the villagers resumed their insults, persistently tormenting the girl. The father of stones decided to guard the entrance, but the girl's parents threatened to bring a Taoist to subdue the Stonewise if their daughter was not returned. Fearing that her presence would bring further trouble to the Stonewise, the girl made the difficult decision to quietly leave the cave during the night. Tragically, she fell off a cliff and lost her life. The following day, the Stonewise discovered her lifeless body, already cold and devoid of any signs of life. Upon hearing about Lady Rakshasi of Flaming Mountains and her reputed power and compassionate nature, the stone deity made a difficult journey, carrying the girl's lifeless body to seek her help. However, Lady Rakshasi, with her deep understanding of life and death, examined the girl's body and came to a somber conclusion. She expressed that attempting to revive her would be futile. Even if she were forcibly brought back to life, she would be nothing more than a soulless shell, devoid of the essence that made her who she was. Unwilling to give up, the stone deity waited on the mountain path of the Flaming Mountains every day with the girl's body, hoping to gain Rakshasi's sympathy. Even as the girl's flesh turned to bones, he did not abandon his hope. Oh, quick as fire, fast as wind. Fiery spirit, life he stakes, madness flaunts, the wind he makes. Nostrils flare with smoky breath, mouth exclaims with flames of death. Smoke ascends, the wind does chase, fire spreads with wind's embrace. Loyalty worth 1,000 gold, together strong, their bond unfolds. In bygone days there were two ruffians wandering the city, always spending their nights beneath the same section of the city wall, thus forming a close bond. With no attachments or concerns, they acted recklessly and without restraint. One time, during their robbery of a wealthy young master, they accidentally killed him, leading to their joint sentencing to death by beheading, their execution scheduled in the autumn. While imprisoned, one ruffian said to the other, "We've had a carefree life, and if we must die, so be it. It's a pity we won't be able to enjoy ourselves together any more." The other ruffian replied, "If you wish to continue our fun together, it's not impossible. I'm a descendant of the Fallen Head clan and possess some tricks." He then whispered a set of skills into his companion's ear. Come autumn, the two were beheaded in the public square. As the executioner sprayed wine and swung his blade, their heads fell to the ground, but suddenly flew up into the air, much to the astonishment and cheers of the onlookers. Afterwards, the two heads flew into the mountains and became Yaoguais, one named Quick as Fire, and the other Fast as Wind. Ugh. Lots of reading so far today. Let's give my voice a little bit of a break. Oh. And there's another portrait that we get to fucking read at some point. Bro. The fuck? Ow. Well, I hadn't intended to come down here just yet. Where's his soul? Oh, it fell through the fucking wall. Turtle treasure. Right then. Doesn't one of these... Yeah, it's this one. Gives us like lava resistance. No. Paul. Oh, I can. And I will. Just let me look around for any other... Oh my god, gameplay. Sorry, bro. Maybe we've got to kill the others first. Yay! Ow. Fucking piece of shit. That was where we fell off. I almost banned reading. Oh my. Yeah, I get that. We're doing it, we're doing it, we're playing the game. It's time to play the game. Damn you! Lemmy! We got him. Fucking got him. I thought he might be an issue, but he wasn't as much of an issue as I feared. Oh. But why? Let me out. Oh, you fucking whore bag. Flame Mediator. Burb, you burb, brother. Goodbye. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Ooh. Boss.
Wanted star! Wanted dead or alive!
Misty Cloud. Cloudy Mist.
Princess Palace face.
On your head! Outrun me! Ready? Smoke! No fire! No murder! It's no fun!
What the fuck is going on there? Okay, that went well. Oh, you're so fucking annoying, bro. Whoa, what the fuck just happened? I'm back. Hello, hello. Just in time to see whatever happened happen. I am unsure. But it did. Annoying. I thought we were doing pretty well. I suppose we could do that, and then I mean, we're crafting. Where are we? You. All pillar stance moves. A long can be summoned to execute thunder at the enemy. Pillar stance heavy attacks that cost 3 or 4 focus points. Okay, so we need enough to get... That's not going to do it. No, that's... We've already got that. How much do we need? 8,000, was it? Yeah, 8,000. Not far off then. We could kill a few things and then get it, I think. much will. That's about right, I think. How about we kill this guy first and then go back? Because then this will definitely be enough. There we go. And we're doing the run because this way we're not respawning the enemies. That's why we're running back. Rather than teleporting. As annoying and tedious as it is. It is fucking pretty sick armor, to be fair. It is tedious, but worth. Yeah, exactly. It's the best tactical decision. Hat. Who is your favourite Lord of the Rings character in the movies and books, respectively? As a kid, my favourite was always Aragorn, and to some extent still is to this day, in both the books and the movies. I think in the books it is still Aragorn. Oh. But Faramir is also really cool in the books. Less so in the films. I think he's a bit of a lettuce in the films, but in the books he's cool. More recently, and when I say more recently, I mean like in the last 15, 16 years. Maybe since I was about 16 or so. Boromir and Samwise have joined Aragorn as my like co-favorites. Nah, you fucking prick.
One, two, and 3, 4, 5. Beat it. Something. God. That's my rope. Outrun me.
Get fucked, douchebag! Ah, you... Ah! Oh, he's dead. My favourite is Gimli, followed close by Legolas. Their scenes... Yeah, they are really good. Their interactions and their friendship's really cool. In the books, it's even, like, better. It's less comedic in the books, but it's more like... It's more like a bit like how Aragorn is. It's like a proper bromance. There's proper affection between the two of them rather than just like jovial, oh, it's bants. You know what I mean? But they are very good in the films. But yeah, my favourite now is Boromir. Closely followed by Aragorn and Samwise. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, since we're doing some pillar stance shit, we should probably improve you. Yeah, as soon as I saw Boromir, I just went, oh, it's Sean Bean. Oh, fuck, it's Sean Bean. A very understandable reaction. Yeah, I like it. It's like when I was a kid and first watched it, I was like, Boromir's a dick. You know, he's weak. He gives in to, like, you know, his weakness in the ring. And then when you, like, mature and aren't, like, an irritating little shit, you come to the realization that Boromir is the most, like, he embodies all of us. He falls to the ring. He you know, he listens to its whispers because he wants what's best for his people. He wants desperately to defend his people, protect them. Because out of all of the ones in the Fellowship, save maybe Gandalf, he's the one that truly knows what Sauron is, what the threat of Mordor, and how it's, like, what it's doing, what it's costing his people to ward the rest of the realms against them. And then he redeems himself at the end with trying to save Merry and Pippin. And then Samwise is just a fucking legend. He is the true hero.
This is what my ceaseless toil.
Their dad's a proper cunt though. Yeah, he is. He's a piece of shit. Can confirm. That scene with the tomatoes and the meme with the tomato and Pippin singing. I will never forget it.
Uncover the secrets of sky and earth. Seek them without
Yes, shut up. Yeah, when he said I can carry... I can't carry it for you, Mr. Frodo! But I can carry you! Come on! When he said I can carry you, I would be going, God damn right you can! So I know. Such a fucking boss. Poor Pippin. Pippin's such a fucking... such a knob. He's in so far over his... he's in like so far out of his depth. I fucking love Pippin. Oh, I love Pippin, but... but he is a fool. Oh. Hello, little armor worm. We will feed you thrice. I don't know what it does, but we will. No, Sam, I'm going by myself. Yeah. Of course you are! And I'm coming with you! He's so fucking class. But he is an honest fool, yeah. He's an honest, well-meaning fool. He's our Pippin. Marry a duck, Brandybuck. And Peregrine Took. I should have known.
With no one. Rest assured, his own long knows his trade. Perhaps he's for this. Go ahead. I can't spend all day.
Alrighty-ho. Back to the Rakshas's palace. Didn't realise I'd not muted my shit. Oh, I got an email from PlayStation. There has been a problem processing your PlayStation payment. It's because my money comes in at midnight tonight. That's why PlayStation. Is pipe weed supposed to be tobacco or proper weed? Because I think it's meant to be, like, I think it's meant to be tobacco, but with like hints of cannabis. That's the impression I always got. A good old spliff. Yeah, basically. Because Tolkien had fought in, like, World War One, and I believe he'd been to India. Ow. Of course! Giants! Why fucking not? Why wouldn't there be giants? No, fuck you. Your lady will fucking what, bro? Cause you dead. Fuck you, boys. I'm assuming you don't respawn. It would suck if you did. And this is where we came in? Yeah. Yeah, trick. Yeah. So there's a couple of things to kill on the walk up because we went down through the lava. Ah, you little shit. Ah, fucking cheeky bastard. Look at what a cheeky bastard, and look at all the drama that I started, and in here laying on my back saying, DJ, won't you bring me one more track? And there is another one under here. Consider yourself absorbed. Get it? Self-absorbed? I'm a comedy genius.
Think you can hide your secret wish from me? You wish you could rule this mountain with your brother once we are finished.
That is not true, Mother. If that were my wish, why would I bring this master here to hell?
Words from cunning foxes. You just want to trade my fan for a smile on your brother's face.
I owe my life to Father, and to your kindness for taking me in. Brother was good to me, but I would never betray my parents for him.
Say no more of the fan. We raised the boy. Guess this is what we deserve. You? Why are you here at this very moment?
Rakshasi, I'm not a part of your family, and I'm aware I have no voice in this. But Ping told me
Destined One had arrived.
The Destined One, who doesn't even know what he's destined for. Those old bastards must have pulled a muscle coming up with the name.
You and I both know who he truly is. When the time comes, your children, your husband, and even this very palace could all turn to ashes.
What do I have to fear from a mere pawn? He's no match for us. He can't even rival the power of my fan.
Once the truth is revealed, suddenly he is here. Do you not find it odd? Such a twist of fate.
The truth? The truth of what? Who are you talking about?
I heard the Destined One had obtained all the other relics. Rakshasi, your situation is grave. Do you not see? Who mandated his return? Were those relics really bestowed for your good? Perhaps amid these schemes and plots, you've unwittingly become stepping stones for his rebirth. For others, I care not. All along, you are all I care for. I say we should leave together. I vow to treasure you dearly. Just like when we're up there.
I never thought that one day you'd be the only one I can rely on. I am overwhelmed. Come, sit with me
She's gonna kill him.
and tell me what to do.
Don't let him, Mother! Don't you see? He's taking advantage of you! You ledger! I call for your help, not your treachery! How dare you!
A child of a concubine should know better manners. When I first crossed paths with her, your bull of a father was no more than livestock, munching on a patch of grass.
Have you no shame? Mother, don't be fooled!
Enough of your endless prattle. Now, that's better. Rakshasi, have we not been this close since our time in Tashita Palace?
Well, yes, I do miss the old days too. We were so happy back then.
What in the blazes?
No tricks here. It's just my hoof. You deserve to know before we kiss.
You will live to repent this! Filthy lowlife! You dare take her form and beguile me!
My old friend, wasn't it fun? Have we not been this close since our carnage in the fox den?
You abhorrent fraud! My candid words were wasted on your foul ears!
Candid my hoof. Your revenants are everywhere. I thought you'd have better lies. Quick on your heels, huh? Well then, boy, let us teach this brazen adulterer a lesson.
Vile beast! Your savagery knows no cure! But you will behave once my sourceless water from Tushita drops. I've aided your journey once. Now I shall aid you again on your way to death. Has sealed your fate.
Oh. That was my horse friend.
From yin and yang arises two sides. From land and sky emerges a divide. Now you shall be feasted upon by my yin-yang fish.
Pigman, turn into a fish
Such a
and
meager fish.
fight his fish.
Per platter.
Well, that wasn't obvious at all. Ah, you bitch. Wow. So, you get hit by one, you cannot dodge any, is what you're saying? Oh my god. No. That's such bullshit, bro. That's some bullshit. Oh, the horse is there. Oh, he's in the fucking... I see. He's in the, that fucking coffin tank thing. I'm getting the strangest case of deja vu. Oh? Go on. Enlighten me on your deja vu. Your vu jade. I just feel like this has happened before. Yeah, I get those as well. Like, quite regularly.
I tolerate no evil under my nose. I will out my axe. Bring me more revenants so I can chop them up. Heed my words. The Red Boy's carts are nothing more than a distraction. Thinks he can outwit me.
It's the Matrix. Means an agent. They've just changed something. There's an agent coming to get you, bro.
We must figure out what he's planning. They are called 5-element cards for a reason. What's your tally? Entrance is secured for now. You can go first, and I'll catch up with you later.
They can try. I've killed one at the top here. And then another down in that. I've killed two. And then there's good old horse face down here. I'm assuming the American. I'm American. If I have nothing, I have unearned confidence. Horse. What's this place called? Flaming Mountains. Wukong. Okay, so yes, we do have to. Source of dialogue in the chat before moving to the next. After defeating the boss, find the horse trapped in a cart down the path to the left by the lava and interact with it. So we've got to beat this man first. I did assume that was going to be the case, but it's nice to have it confirmed. Oh no, what am I doing? I don't think that's mud though that we're fighting in. At least now we get the opportunity to run through the palace first. And meditate. You. Yeah, let's keep it that way. Lung bomb. Alright, let's try it this time.
You seem to have a death wish. Then I shall oblige. Take my fate!
Ah, you little shit.
Meditations granted you no wisdom.
Okay, come on. Time to fuck up the fish. Ow. Oh, you piece of shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, bro. That's such bollocks. You don't get to do it twice, bro. Ow. Oh, come on, I dodged that, bro. Yes! Get that fish!
Has been revealed. Disasters are sure to follow. The turmoil you witness
Lego!
caused by a drop from above.
Gone already? Bad news after a good nap. He's gone too far from a furnished servant. Decent lad he was. Decent till ruined by brother Wukong. Then destiny carried him further to fall for the wrong woman. You, go up this way. Check if any way leads up. I'll go look around. The owner might be gone, but her treasure might still be there.
Pudding. Alright, we could just run through pillars and shit. Yin Yang Taoist robe. Don't worry, horseman, I'm coming for you soon. Soon enough. There's got to be another shrine now, just after that fight, right? Aha! I knew it was worth looking around. Yeah, you fucking... There's not another one this side, though, is there? No. Very well. What? Now there. Right, we're leaving. We're leaving. We're just gonna go back to Horseman first. Oh, they're much of a muchness in terms of distance. Relight the sparks. Relight my fire. Covers 30% of maximum health, considerably increases damage executed by the next attack. Oh, but I quite like that. Yeah, I think I'm sticking with my because it gives us mana back, and that's just important. But oh, fuck me. Yeah, fuck you. Dark thunder. In darkness, cunning change doth brew, slow of step, yet resolute. Transform into a horse guy, immune to thunder damage, inflicting Thunderbane on the enemy. Focus built up before transformation can be averted for use afterwards. We may well switch to that one, methinks. Righty ho, forward we go. Oh yeah, let's switch to that. Dark thunder. In darkness, cunning change doth brew. Lightning lashes. Successfully lash the enemy, building up focus. Successfully lash the enemy around, building up focus with each strike. In transformation, this spell can be released with full focus. Raise the whip towards the sky, allowing thunder to infuse you through it, charging you into a thrilled state. Each slash of the whip calls forth lightning strike. Each whip strike, raise your whip to control a thunder formation to really strike enemies. That's pretty cool. And he was our friend, kind of, maybe. Hi ho, into the hills we go. That we do. See, that's in Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. Snow White World's in Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. We're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to do a Kingdom Hearts playthrough. You gotta do all of them. I will do all of them. You know, I have done them all before. I'm coming for you, Warcart. In a row. We'll see how we feel. We'll see how we feel after Chain of Memories, which is the second one, but isn't called Kingdom Hearts 2. Oh, shit! Ow. I did see.
Someone fed that unruly boy a load of nonsense. Now he's running amok. Why doesn't the king take action? With his might, he can take down 10 red boys. I can see the king from here. Stripped of his mount and weapon.
Okay.
Usually peace is treasured by the king as his own king. How could it simply vanish?
Trying to play them all in the order to understand what's going on is probably very confusing. Not really. The story itself is confusing, but playing them in the order that... I mean, you should, basically. Playing them in release order is the order to best understand what's going on. Birth by Sleep is a prequel, but it's best that you play it where it was released, in the order it was released, because it relies on, or doesn't rely on, but it's enhanced by your prior knowledge of everything going on.
Usually peace is treasured by the
If that makes sense. Alright, let's have a gander down here, since we ran all the way up, to avoid being immolated. Okay. Okay, so there's nothing. There's nothing. Okay, fine. It do. Good. Fucking good. I'm good at explaining stuff. If I do say so myself. So this bull is obviously a fucking mammoth. He's still down, yeah, he's still down there. Release order. Yeah. Taoist robe. When health is above half, the destined one is in Yang state, which moderately reduces damage taken but disables critical hits. When health is below half, the destined one shifts to Yin state, which is massively increases critical hit chance but massively increases damage taken. I do not want to wear that. Yeah, it's Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories, Kingdom Hearts... No. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2, 358 over 2 days. People call it that, but I always thought it looks like it's basically 358 and a half days. But they've turned that into a movie. For you to watch rather than play. Then I would suggest... What is it? I'm trying to remember what is next in the order. I think then it is Birth by Sleep, then Recoded, then Dream Drop Distance, then 2.8, A Fragmentary Passage. Then there's another film thing to watch, which is like a prequel to them all, that like hundreds or thousands of years ago. Then you should catch up on the mobile game stuff, watching the YouTube. I watched YouTube cutscenes and explanations for those because I think they're offline now. And then Kingdom Hearts 3. Yeah, I got the all-in-one collection, so whatever's in this. Yeah. Cool. Now, not being funny, but that big red mushroom looks like it's going to be a boss. Doesn't it? Ow, you bitch. Oh, you slow me down. What the fuck, bro? That's... What? Do I get, like, infested and he slows me down or something? Clip. Well. How rude. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, I'm covered in mushrooms. Oh, fuck off. Oh. Oh, not again. Yes, fuck you. Get this mushroom fucking thing off me. Get off me, mushroom hat. There we go. I clipped you calling it was going to be a boss, not the death. Oh, okay. Well, now I'm satisfied then. If it just illustrates my genius. Oh, there he is. Oh yeah, he looks pretty fucked, doesn't he? He does look pretty fucked. How you doing, big man? Don't worry, bro. We'll save you at some point. Okay, we can't go in the river of lava. Good to know. You gotta highlight the good as well as the bad. Otherwise, the balance all goes to shit. You're not wrong. Alright, let's see. Can we max out this guy? Or did we already max out? We already maxed out the one guy, didn't we? Could max out him. But we've never fucking used him, bro. Beetle Commander, Centipede. Drift through the air with a mushroom cap and release spores. To evade attacks and send forth 2 freezing gusts to deal frost damage. Range travel and collide with nearby foes. Beetle Commander. Spinning edge pulse and striking nearby foes. I mean, I suppose we'll. Oh, that one, I did the wrong one. Whoops. No, you're maxed out. Yes. Right, let's do some more reading. I know how much everyone loves it. Oh my god, there's so many. The thing is, I started and I've read them all so far, so I have to finish them. The Sea Rakshasa. My land is harsh and my look stern, yet at their scorn I never turn. True valour looks not on the skin. I should have known who is my kin. Lore tells of the great kingdom of Rakshasa beyond the western seas. You gotta see it through, I get it, yeah, I know. Where the sea Rakshasas call home. Renowned for their peculiar features, they differ starkly from those on land. One year, sea Yaoguais were reported troubling a temple by the sea. The princess of the kingdom was tasked with the expulsion of Yaoguais. A devout practitioner of Buddhism with formidable powers, she dismissed her entourage and resolved to confront the Yaoguais alone. As she recited scriptures loudly in the temple that night, she saw several towering figures kneel at the door, grotesque in form, lumpy heads, twisted mouths, 3-holed noses, and eyes upon their foreheads. Startled by their hideousness, the princess fell to the ground in fright. The figures, too, pointed at her face, screaming in terror, and hastily fled. Intrigued by their unexpected reaction, she called out to them. The fear that drove them to run was quenched only after the princess resumed her chanting. They cautiously returned and conversed with her, after which she learned that they were sea Rakshasas seeking spiritual practice. The princess welcomed them in. To avoid alarming the people, she fashioned golden gem-studded masks for them. Soon the Rakshasa king granted them massive shields and appointed them as the royal guards of the princess. Hundreds of years later, after the kingdom of Rakshasa fell, the sea Rakshasas escorted the princess toward the flaming mountains. Faced with hardships, they learned to consume fire to better protect their princess, which turned their blue skin crimson. Now they reside in the river of lava, mastering the tides of flame in the mountains. The princess, long past her prime, finds solace in the unwavering loyalty of her guards, who value her heart over her faded beauty. Flame Rhino Master. Towering horn, a crown so rare, in simple garb, a presence fair. To the kind man, it shows its thanks, wishing him joy in life's ranks. In the ancient kingdom of Dvaravati, rhinoceroses were widely raised and adored. Once, during a rhino hunt, the king shot a pregnant female. As she lay dying, she birthed a calf. Amused, the king took the young rhino back to the royal gardens. Haunted by its mother's death, the rhino feared the palace folk. At the mere sight of them, it would flee in terror, prompting the courtiers to chase it for sport, whip in hand. It wasn't until its horn grew sharp enough that the rhino found its chance to avenge its mother. It gored a courtier during its chase. The king, enraged, called for a butcher to slay the beast. But the butcher, moved by pity, smeared dog blood on the rhino to feign its death and smuggled it out of the palace. He kept it hidden amongst his own rhinos. He nurtured it with prized wheat and lived with it for years. One night the butcher dreamt of the rhino speaking. "I was destined to transcend my form and become a Yao Guai in this life. But your kindness calls for a reward, and I am willing to sacrifice this future to repay you. Tomorrow is when your life will end, and all my years left I will give you. My horn will be left on your table. When you pass, have your wife burn it. If it burns completely, you shall live again." The next day the butcher found the horn, but no sign of the rhino. He told his wife what to do and soon breathed his last. Following his instructions, his wife burned the horn for 49 days and nights. Astonishingly, the butcher was resurrected, yet he was different. He had grown a long rhino horn and his skin had turned blue. Years later, still youthful after his wife passed, he became a disciple of Princess Rakshasi and was revered as the Rhino Master. Bull Governor. The old bull's halberd tip gleams. Karmic flame scorch his shoulders' seams. Guiding souls through life's end, toils endlessly in the mortal land. In bygone days, a young boy hid in a neighbour's storeroom to play with fire. Accidentally, he ignited the items inside. Fearing punishment, he attempted to extinguish the flames himself, but they quickly grew out of control. The entire storeroom was consumed, and tragically, the boy perished in the blaze. His death left behind a great calamity. The neighbours demanded compensation for the lost items from his parents, while his parents demanded compensation for their son's life. The arguments raged on, and even on the 7th day after the boy's death, the day that his soul should be fetched, no resolution was reached. With the ritual at funeral disrupted, and the bull head and horse face, the soul fetchers, refused to escort his soul, seeing his subordinates' reluctance, the bull governor decided to escort the boy himself. As they approached the boy's home, they heard the sounds of his parents quarrelling with the neighbours. Entering the courtyard, they saw the boy's parents accusing, "Our son died in your storeroom. Who knows if he stumbled upon some illicit activity and was silenced?" The neighbours retorted, "Our storeroom held valuable items. Your son must have had thieving intentions causing the fire. You must compensate us." Their heated dispute eventually ended up violence. What? Their heated dispute eventually became violence. The bull governor asked the boy, "Did you ever foresee this outcome?" The boy, filled with regret, wept bitterly. The bull governor, in his compassion, said, "Enough. Such chaos on a soul-fetching day is disrespectful." With that, flames erupted from his shoulder, and he struck an old tree in the courtyard with his halberd, setting it ablaze. The tree was charred black, and only then did the quarrelling crowd remember it was the soul-fetching day. In a panic, they all fled the courtyard. Tenor! Within the gloom, the monkeys roam, far away from their lauded home. Ensnared in traps, his troubles brew. In revenge's journey, what's cause, what's due? Centuries ago, the troops of the court raised Mount Huaguo once more. Upon hearing of the great sage's death, many monkeys left their home in sorrow and began searching for new sanctuaries for their practice. Given the great sage's past association with the Bull King, many sought his protection at Flaming Mountains. The Bull King hated monkeys, as the great sage had betrayed him, yet he offered shelter to these distressed refugees. But life in Flaming Mountains was harsh, afflicted with scorching heat and frequent harassment from outer Yaoguais. Fortunately, the keeper of the land treated them kindly, providing food and support, and earned the trust of the monkeys. Soon, however, a plague struck. The monkeys' fur began to fall out, their skin festered with sores, and large black boils, horrifying and infectious, sprouted on their backs. The plague spread rapidly, leaving many in such agony that death seemed a preferable fate. The Macaque chief, their leader, ordered the infected to be cast out into the scorching furnace valley to fend for themselves there. Abandoned and dying, these monkeys cursed their former kin. As death neared, the keeper came and saved them with astounding cures. In weeks their skin healed, in months their boils burst and revealed dark wings. The keeper taught them to fly, accepted their loyalty, and enlisted them as his 10th-ranked minions, named the Tenors. The first task was to purge the camp of the Macaque chief. Ruthlessly they slaughtered their kin, sparing only the cunning Macaque chief, who managed to escape to an unknown fate. Well, we killed him. Flameling. Amidst joy, a gentle spirit gleams. In anger, darkness sows its schemes. Beneath the earth, a silent foe, flames within, slyly aglow. Ancient texts speak of flame ore, bearing a resemblance to cinnabar ore, but being non-toxic and more potent for pill refinement. It sought after properties for enhancing both yin and yang energies attracted many pill crafters, yet this rare substance of the mountain spirits remains elusive and priceless. Then there was Cheng Ming, a man obsessed with oddities, scorned by his family for his poverty. Learning that the flame ores were formed within flamelings, he set out to profit from it. Selling all he had, he plunged into the mountains, fixated on capturing a flameling. Days turned to weeks with no news, save that his makeshift shelter mysteriously burned down. Raging at his misfortune, he saw a large red worm emerge from the ground before him, half buried, half exposed, with the innocent face of a child, much like a disciple of Guan Yin's. Startled by Cheng Ming's fury, it wept. Cheng Ming shouted to scare and silence it, but it only angered the flameling, who swiftly bore it away. It was only then that Cheng Ming realized it was a flameling. He leaped about, hoping to lure it out again. Finally, the Guai, annoyed perhaps, bore it out and struck him with a fireball. The clothes and skin of Cheng Ming caught on fire, and he rolled on the ground in pain and despair. He broke down in tears, realizing that he couldn't seize the flame ore by himself. Then, amused and curious, the flameling drew near him. For this one time, Cheng Ming chose to be brutal and resolute. He smashed its head with a rock until it was completely shattered. Cheng Ming continued this merciless act and harvested plenty of flame ores, but kept his methods a secret. His growing sales of the ores eventually earned him fame as a renowned medicine gatherer far and wide. Scorching fire. Ignorance ignites a fool's fire, daily anguish in a sombre mire. Enduring a life of ceaseless pain, they yearn for death, not celestial gain. Legend has it that during the reign of the Yellow Emperor, an official of pottery named Ning Fengji learned the art of fire with 5-coloured fumes from immortals, and tried to ascend by roasting himself over the flames. Some say he achieved ascension, others claim he burned himself to death. No one knows the truth. The tale we have here is recounted by a runaway disciple from the Fume Fire Temple in the Kingdom of Sacrifice, a place rooted in the art of the 5-coloured fume fire. The master of the disciple served as the abbot of the temple. One day the disciple accompanied his master for some liquor in town, and they came across a fugitive being pursued by officers. As the temple was short on help, the fugitive was a wealthy one. They offered him shelter. This man, Zhao San, was a mere wastrel who lured patrons of brothels into extravagant spending. The temple was already home to various robbers and bandits, and it proved to be a corrupting influence on Zhao Zan. In the company of fellow criminals every day, he soon became 10 times more villainous than before. One day, Zhao Zan set off to rob travellers to fund his own lavish lifestyle. He targeted a wealthy family returning from their monthly worship, and in an act driven by greed and lust, he abducted the family's concubine, Mei Yang. Imprisoned within the temple walls, Mei Yang endured daily chores and beatings. Despite her deep resentment towards Zhao Zan, she was powerless against his violence. She could only grit her teeth and bide her time, hoping for an escape. Years later, a ceremony for ascension was announced in the temple. The disciple who tells this story was tasked with escorting Mei Yang to the event. Held atop a high cliff overlooking a river of lava, Zhao Zan had already prepared to leap into the fire for ascension, with a talisman from his master. He insisted Mei Yang accompany him. Amidst the frenzied cheers of the followers and the terrified cries of Mei Yang, the disciple pushed the girl off the cliff as ordered. Charred in the river of lava, their bodies swelled grotesquely as the lava, guided by the talisman, seeped into their skulls. Their distorted new forms staggered up, writhing in agony, and ran towards the depths of the Black Mountains. Witnessing this horrifying transformation, the disciple renounced his belief in the temple's teachings, no matter how vehemently the master rationalized it as a transcendent metamorphosis. That's the opposite of how it went the last time. Bull Stalwart. In remote corners, evil shows its face, yet the good seeks the divine's embrace. Evil's end is found in fire's relentless glow, while the good is shielded, be it high or low. In a village beneath flaming mountains, the impoverished residents subsisted solely on rice cakes and wore nothing but coarse linen clothes. To appease the Yao Guais in the mountains for rain, they had a grim custom, sending elders over 60 as offerings. Old Zhu, a Dao aspirant in his youth, only grew stronger with age, and his vitality hinted at a long life. Yet on his 60th birthday, in the midst of a lavish celebration, the villagers placed him on a ceremonial altar and carried him to a stone temple in the mountains to be sacrificed. Confined in the temple, old Shu grew weak from hunger and thirst. At the brink of death, the temple doors swung open and two enormous figures entered. "Another old one of them said, and the other followed. "He's still breathing. Go, let's check on him." He was then approached by two bull guys clad in armour, each wielding a pair of hammers. Frozen in fear, he remained voiceless. However, the guys, instead of harming him, handed him a sack of water and shared their dried food. They then instructed him, "Leave the temple and follow the path marked by bamboo stakes to find the main road." Share that clip again for us returning mobile users, fan. Yeah, fan, do that. It's just me being a predictive genius, that's all it is. "From there, the west leads to the kingdom of sacrifice, and the east to the kingdom of women. Choose your way." Recovering his senses, old Shu asked why they spared him. One of the guys replied, "You mortals underestimate us. If we were to feast on humans, we wouldn't choose the elderly. Our lady has often sent the old back, but everyone she sent back ended up murdered. Now we guide you old ones to seek life elsewhere. Eat quickly, and be on your way." With that, the Bulgwais left old Shu alone and resumed their patrol with their hammers swinging. Thanks, fan. Cloudy mist, misty cloud. Let the strange be strange, the odd be odd. Follow the boy, master, let mountains fall in chaos. Flaunt neither strength nor take pride. When disputes come near, cast them aside. Once upon a time there were 3 Yao Guais who shared a single body. They aspired to earn the title of mountain deity, and thus, with their bribe paid, they targeted at a blind mountain deity of Mount Hao to take his place. Although the mountain god was blind, his hearing was exceptionally sharp. He was highly skilled in the art of smoke and fire, able to release smoke to conceal his movements. Whenever the 3 Yao Guais came to provoke him, he would immediately vanish into hiding. One time, the 3 Yao Guais combined their powers to emit a sweeping flash of lightning, forcing the mountain deity out of hiding. The mountain deity cried out, waving his incense sticks wildly. The 3 Yao Guais, being clumsy, couldn't dodge and got hit. Seeing their clothes catch fire, the 3 Yao Guais forgot about the mountain deity and started blaming each other. As they quarrelled, a burst of laughter echoed from the cliff. A young boy with red skin and white hair sat there, watching them as if enjoying a show. Called it. Yeah. And then died. Embarrassed and angry, the 3 Yao Guais and the mountain deity temporarily set aside their differences and attacked the young boy. The boy, finding it amusing, wielded a sharp spear and sparred with them. Unexpectedly, the mountain deity's smoke perfectly concealed the clumsy body of the 3 Yao Guais, while the Yao Guai's lightning provided opportunities for the mountain deity to attack. Together they managed to fight the young boy for several rounds. It wasn't until the boy used his samadhi fire they fell to the ground, begging for mercy. Then, Red Boy told them, "From now on, these 600 miles of mountains are mine. You will follow me and become my captains." From then on, the 3 Yao Guais were given a new name, Cloudy Mist, and the blind mountain deity was named Misty Cloud. They continued to serve Red Boy as a team, but their deep-seated animosity remained unresolved, leading to frequent quarrels that persisted to this day. Thank you, fan. Yes, thank you, fan. Flint Chief. Divine fire crafts a wondrous device. In the depths of the flame pool, it hides from eyes. Foes arise with swift, fierce might. In the clash, its grandeur shines bright. When it comes to who spoiled Red Boy the most in Flaming Mountains, it has to be the Keeper. However, Red Boy didn't always appreciate it, much like his parents, the Bull King and Lady Rakshasi, who took the Keeper's efforts for granted. After all, he was not one of the family, and regardless of how much effort he put in, to others, he was still an outsider. One day, Red Boy demanded to have a flint vanguard, modelled after the stone vanguard of Yellow Wind Ridge. The Bull King and Lady Rakshasi did not favour the plan, but the Keeper immediately agreed. Fearing that just a stone vanguard wouldn't be enough to entertain Red Boy, he went ahead and created more rock guais. Among them was a giant rock guai with arms and legs strong enough to support its massive body. This giant rock guai was more formidable than the others, usually lying dormant in the river of fire. It would only emerge when summoned by its master, or when a powerful enemy intruded. Red Boy didn't like these rock guais that the Keeper had created, without his permission, and mostly visited only the flint vanguard. Since Red Boy lived with Lady Rakshasi in the Emerald Hall, the Keeper stationed these rock guais in Furnace Valley. Later, when Red Boy besieged Flaming Mountains, these rock guais from the River of Fire proved to be quite helpful, inevitably leading to some speculation over the Keeper himself. No problem. Oh. Right, we've got quite a few here, so we'll do that when we come back from break in like 15 minutes. Well, we're going for break in like 10 minutes, so we'll make a little bit of progress. It's like the peak of Mount Yote going around in a big old circle. Okay. Okay, yeah, I was just making sure. should have probably anticipated that being the outcome. Okay, but this time for sure. Run, run, run. Uh-oh. No, you fucking son of a bitch. I didn't look to see where it stopped and just fucking relied on it being no different than the last time. Ugh, that's so annoying. Well, you know what they say about assuming, Boone. Assuming makes an ass out of you and me. Back you come. Oh, you screen tear, Batman. Yay! Screen tear. Oh. He is looking really, really shit, is big old bull man.
Come here, kind monkey. I'm over here.
Yeah, we can see you.
I found the fan. Look. Mother left her fan before she went away. She must have felt torn between her son and husband. But this iron ball, it just won't stop. Now that you are here, help me drive it away, and I'll let the fan do its work.
Hey, Fox. How can you be sure it's even real?
Rest assured, Mother taught me this spell. Only the real fan will answer it.
The bull sounds weak. Probably on his last legs. Guess I have to trust you once. I'll get down there and stop the ball and let you do your work.
Bye, Jumanji. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Don't worry, his thick skin will protect him.
Yeah.
Come on, let's save Father first.
Right, we are going to absorb this spirit. And then I will go for my break. Okie dokie. You all know the drill. I'll be gone for about 10 minutes. And then I'll be back and we'll continue. Subs will get the nice music that I'm going to put on. And so will non-subs, but only after the ads. Alright, people. I will see you shortly. Alright, we back. A little bit longer than I intended, but that's because everyone's arrived home at the same time. Right then. Let's get back at it. Oh, I didn't see the like creepy centipede legs on the front of the... I don't know how I missed it. But I did. Samadhi fire crystal, an opaque and bright crystal left from molten stone and imbued with the power of the Samadhi fire. This can be used in crafting weapons. Yeah, bro's looking fucked up. There's gotta be a shrine about. There it is. So I'm gonna go back to our like Minotaur friend. Oh. Is that a... Right, let's go back here first. Looks like there might be a... no, we should probably... Because there's going to be enemies that I can't be asked to deal with. It looks like there's a little path off there, doesn't it? It's probably nothing, but... we should check. Some dandelion and burdock. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's not nice. I'll be back, Bullman. Giant bull king, sorry. He does need to do some bulking, if you catch my drift. He's looking rather emaciated. I was expecting the Bull King to be a more impressive specimen. Ah! Exploration! Come on, form up. Oh my! Whoa, shit! No, no, no! You fucking whorebag. Ooh, a whore I may be, but I'm certainly no bag. I don't know why I say that word, but it's one of my frequent go-tos. You whore bag. I don't know what it means. All I know is that I say it. Onward, we continue our exploratory... I was going to say hike, but we're more walking, aren't we? More running. Fuck it hell. My brain is broken, clearly. One of my invented one is, you son of a motherless whore. Yes, the Immaculate Conception whores. The worst of the worst. I also call people toenails. Or things toenails, like, you fucking toenail. Is this going to be a boss man flame lurker? Deliver. Ow! Jesus. Ugh. The goddamn petri dish horse. Mother of Flamelings. I keep saying Flamelings. I mean, it's spelt like Flamlings, but I'm going to persist with Flamelings. Because otherwise it's just, I don't know. A Flamling seems ridiculous. You are correct. Why, thank you. I normally am. It's both a gift and a curse. Just on our on our merry way. And see, fuck you. Fuck you, guy. Just gonna chill. Fuck you, buddy. I'm not your guy, pal. The last cart. Rusty gold cart. Oh no, the Minotaur! Oh. Ow. Oh, don't fucking do this to me, bro. Wow. Ow, you bitch. No, I dodged, mate. You big smelly prick. Oh, no. Ah, oh, shit. See, I wasn't expecting us to do the fight before the gate. I thought we were going through the big, like, cracked, glowy gate first, but... Dem's the breaks. Probably should switch to the Frost Macaque guy. Macaque? I can never decide which one is right. Where is he? There he is. Ow. Ow. Well, that was really easy that time. I don't know why he fucking dicked me over the first time. But he did. You alive? He was munching on you pretty good.
My king, he treated me well. To die for him, I would not regret it. But I failed, brother. Failing his mission is what I regret. My king must have done something reckless for that dumb boy. The truth, I wager, lies beyond that door. That cursed god was no match for me. I went easy on it. That's all.
Just had to work the kinks out. Exactly. Exactly. Nah, I'm fine, I swear.
Good lads you are. But remember, don't be swayed. Stay true.
Yes, sir. That was basically the first try. It was. I will do you proud. I'll do you proud, Mr. Minotaur. So why weren't we allowed to come this way last time? If this links back up, was this path just not open? Oh, the flames were here. The flames were here. And she put them out with the big fan. She did it with the big fan. Going through... Alright, Hogwarts Legacy. Are we just straight into another boss fight? Certainly looks like that's going to be the case. Oh. Oh, you fucking whore. Bag. No! Oh, for fuck's sake. Let me drink my flask! You son of a bitch! The pitter-patter of monkey feet. This time. Some good old pop-in right there. Oh, I'm gonna cheese you so hard, you piece of shit. Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck off. You big prick. You big froggy prick. Du, 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 du. I am the genie of the big old leaning tower sword handle thing. Pardon me. Bishui Cave. The Bull King's Mount. That was Bishui. Oh, you ball bag. Oh, there's nothing around that little... I don't know what that is, but like a little a lantern holder, a little torch thing. These remind me so much of the God of War chest, it's unreal. Like all of them. Septenary Heartfire Pill. That's pretty good. And we want cooling, body cooling, body cooling, body cooling. What do we put? Nope. No. What am I doing? Oh yeah. Miasma can go to you. Let's run it round to the other side as well, before we hop down and engage in what I presume is a boss fight. Ah, it's a meditation spot. Ah, all meditation spots. Maybe we will finish it today then? Crazy! Do you have a one-day game for tomorrow? I do not. Can you think out? No. Oh no. Is it gonna open? You're gonna open? Top takes bottom, bottom takes top. I see. Oh, piss off. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa. Uh-oh. No, not like this, not like this. Woo. We're gonna have a lot of reading again before we go to the King Bull. I'm telling you now. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Massively increase maximum stamina. Yeah, it's all a pretty linear path. I don't think I've gotten close enough. No. Oh, fuck you. Bro. Oh, I didn't realise that was coming. Ride like the wind, bullseye. I remember playing fucking Final Fantasy 16 and I said I was gonna make that a fucking sound alert, didn't I? The Bull King's Iron Horn. Merci beaucoup. I'll take your spirit from you. Bull Governor. I mean, I really want to take that, but first we're going to kill these guys. Well, that seems like some bullshit. I do think your sound alerts could use a bit of a refresh. Yeah, me too. We'll get some of the less used ones out of there and find some new ones to put in. I'll do that over the weekend. My lord. Panda, why? What? Why must you hurt me so? I'm stuck. Come on, down you come. Did somebody say sound alerts? Yeah, I meant like points redeem sound alerts, but thanks. Thanks for scaring me. You got me today. Yesterday, I was a big strong man and didn't get scared, and then today I got scared. Hoop. You're streaking! You are streaking. I know Fan's got a pretty fucking heinous streak going on, and I think Sheepy's got a pretty impressive streak going on as well. Hoppa. Sheep's bedtime is like 4/5 PM. Downtime. UB is nighttime. Yeah, yeah. That's generally how it goes. The Staff of Blazing Karma. Yeah, sure. He was telling me how he was a zombie today because he'd had a Lunar New Year or Chinese New Year, whichever you prefer to say it, party yesterday. You had a late night Chinese New Year, correct? Yeah. Slightly increases attack. Right, and let's fight another boss. Bishri, golden-eyed beast. Oh, what? My face! Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ, let me heal. Ow. No, don't do this to me. Damn it. No. You gotta let me heal, bro. No! Ow. Oh my god. No. No! Annoying. Look away, my friend. Thank you for being here. So maybe we don't switch to you, even though you give us burn resist. I think we just stick with you. Ow. 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 Drink the fucking flask, bro. It's not that deep. Ow. Oh, fuck off. No, bro. No! Stuck in a fucking corner. Oh. Got him.
Master bade this child be born, but he never knew my struggles.
How can we but follow the Master's word? Rakshasi, you know it was he who made you drink from the river of childbearing.
Shut it. You shall never speak of it. The king knows why I had to drink it. But I haven't glimpsed him ever since then. He made it another reason for his absence.
Rakshasi, your husband shirks dishonor this way. He granted you this cave with his Mount Bishui beast as a sentinel. He's compromised enough for the sake of our master.
You will seal your lips on this. Our family would be doomed if anyone knew the truth behind this child.
Fear not. Master bids me aid you in secret. You and the boy, you will rear this child to manhood. And when the boy comes of age, well, on that day, he will be living proof of the dark deeds of Mount Lingshan.
Yeah, the loading screens are a bit ridiculous too. Three of the Bull King's iron horns. Another celestial ribbon. Bishui beast bit. Fine gold thread. A mine core. Taoist's basket of fire and water. Let's travel to the village. And then we've got to do a load of reading.
Self-refinement is the way to make God. It retains the energy of both this world and beyond.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, give me some more health, please. And we'll take more defense.
Each pill is a my destiny's course.
You have a sharp sight, young friend.
Yes, yes I do.
I've spent my whole life. Every plant in the world is now rooted in my heart. My existence is fulfilled. What do you think of my work? Leaving so soon? Do visit
What about you? What have you got to say for yourself?
What rags and tatters?
Oh, we've got to challenge him again.
Leave at the door.
The Bull King's Mask. Oh, it looks so cool. Oh, he looks so cool. Disables perfect dodges. Then we would equip grants tenacity when health is below. I don't know what that means.
Edge sharpened, arm restless. I was looking for someone to test it. Mark me. This blade is cast from the best metal. Don't blame me if you hurt yourself. A dishonorable trick.
Ow. You son of a bitch. Whoa, bro.
Split the shrouded sky. Take it away. Take this. The god of so sin.
Oh no. Fuck you, Tiger Man! Oh, do we not get anything for that this time?
Back so soon.
Oh.
Give it here. I'll get to pounding.
I thought I was going to be able to equip another curio. Right, let's get some reading done then, I suppose. You, that was one that increases attack for all burn inflicted and chill inflicted transformations. Oh. The Bull King's iron horn, a horn taken from a bull's head, severed. This can be used in crafting armor. Bishui Beast Bit. The Bull King fashioned this for his cherished mount. This can be used in crafting weapons. Graceful Orchid. Slowly becomes a small amount of health for a short duration. Top takes bottom, bottom takes top. A beauty weds a beast so vile, with horns and fangs, a facade's sweet guile. In love's embrace they form a pair, rolling in the haze, many lives they ensnare. This story was told by Minister Shu. Years ago, Shu, dissatisfied with his wife's strict adherence to propriety and her lack of warmth in the chamber, took a fiery and beautiful concubine. This concubine had a terrible temper, often bossing Shu around and showing no respect for the lady of the house. If anyone tried to talk her into adhering to manners and propriety, she would laugh and curse them until they left in disgrace. Yet Shu found this amusing and indulged her in every way, spoiling her with affection. One day, Shu was returning to the capital to report on his duties. Fearing that their carriage might be attacked by bandits, he hired a large boat to transport his family, servants, and belongings back to the capital. That night, the sound of fighting suddenly erupted on the boat. It turned out that a Yao Guai had sneaked aboard under the cover of darkness. Soon a terrifying figure with horns and jagged teeth appeared. He wore a tattered cloth around his waist, held a pot-shaped shield in his left hand, and wielded an iron whip in his right, glaring menacingly at everyone. Shu and his wife trembled in fear, but the concubine stood tall and unafraid, loudly scolding the Yao Guai for his rudeness. The Yao Guai was taken aback for a moment, then sighed and said, "Even in human form you are so arrogant. Truly you are one of us, a yaksha." The concubine burst into laughter and said, "Nonsense! I intended to play for a while longer, but now you've ruined everything. Fine, let's kill them all and leave together." With that she transformed into a creature identical to the Yao Guai. Shu finally realized that he had brought a Yao Guai into his home. Just as the two Yao Guais were about to kill Shu and his family, a female voice rang out, "Even though your kingdom has fallen and you were forced to seek shelter in the east, you should not behave so rudely. Why not follow me into the mountains for your practice?" Just when the two Yao Guais were ready to resist, a woman descended onto the bow of the boat, holding a precious fan. With a powerful wave of the fan, she immobilized them in the wind. After this terrifying experience, Shu never dared to take another concubine. Flint Vanguard. Odd rocks with fiery streaks, from a fiery river they rise, forged in the blazing inferno, under the scorching skies. With loyalty, they shape rivers and move mountains high. Unmoved by the world's chaos, they stand firm and nigh. Bodhisattva Guanyin was set to visit New Mount Sumeru to discuss important Buddhist matters with Bodhisattva Lingji. As Red Boy was always eager to serve Guanyin, he accompanied her on the journey. Upon arriving at New Mount Sumeru, they learned that Bodhisattva Lingji was still away on a trip to Yellowwind Ridge. Thus Guanyin turned towards Yellowwind Ridge. Given the urgency of the matter, she instructed Red Boy to wait for her by the river valley. As Red Boy wandered alone by the river, he noticed a massive rock guai standing majestically by the water's edge, like a giant guard hound. The rock guai diligently moved stones and piled dirt into foothills. Intrigued, Red Boy approached to get a closer look, and after careful contemplation, committed the sight to memory. Several years later, due to the Bull King's return to Flaming Mountains, Guanyin suddenly summoned Red Boy and instructed him to fulfill his duties to his family, allowing him to return to his homeland. As time passed, travellers passing by the base of Flaming Mountains saw a large flint rock guai, as big as a house, standing prominently by the fiery river. It tirelessly moved stones and dirt, its diligent demeanour resembling that of a giant guard hound, leaving people in awe and wonder. Mother of Flamelings. Springs birth rivers, trees root in the ground, gold's elusive source is seldom found. Wealth like clouds can vanish in a day, yet honour stands like mountains, will always stay. There once was a medicine gatherer named Cheng Ming, who gained fame for selling flame ores. One day, a burly man dressed as an immortalist visited Cheng Ming's herb shop. The immortalist produced a palm-sized piece of cinnabar in the colour of gold. Intrigued, Cheng Ming inquired, "What is this?" The immortalist replied, "This is gold flame ore. A treasure from inside the Mother of Flamelings. I've heard of your fame as a medicine gatherer, and I can offer a partnership. Cheng Ming asked, "What is this Mother of Flamelings?" And the Immortalist answered, "It is 10 times larger than a typical flameling, and could fetch a fortune in gold. The catch is the need for a substantial amount of flame ores as bait." Initially, Cheng Ming declined because it cost him his precious flame ores, but the Immortalist returned with a load of the ores and beseeched him. "I have an urgent need for gold flame ore. Find the Mother of the Flamelings with these baits I've given you, and if you catch it, you shall receive the gold I promised." Cheng Ming accepted such a lucrative offer in an instant, and the two set off on the following day. During their journey, the Immortalist realized Cheng Ming lacked any power and used mere street tricks to deceive the Flame Guys. However, as a true man who did not fuss over minor quibbles, he accepted Cheng Ming's methods, and together they located the Flamelings' lair. There the Immortalist lured out the enormous Mother of Flamelings, using copious amounts of flame ores. Confronted by the Mother, they were bombarded with fireballs and overwhelmed. Cheng Ming had no power to resist and was nearly burned to death. Yet faced with no escape, in a desperate act to save Cheng Ming from the woe he led him into, the Immortalist mounted his sword and flew directly at the Mother. He slew her at the price of his own life. As the Mother of the Flamelings lay dead, all the Flamelings fell lifeless. Cheng Ming harvested the gold flame ore from the Mother, and the flame ores from the Flamelings, alongside the bait brought by the Immortalist. He returned with a fortune and wrote books like Mountain Chronicles and Observations of Fire, boasting of his solo conquest of the Mother of Flamelings. If you wonder why Cheng Ming turned to writing instead of continuing his life gathering flame ores, a line in his book hints at the answer. With the Mother's demise, her children scattered, and no Flamelings will appear here for 500 years. Bo Lang Lang. Radiant hues of crimson bright, majestic with its towering might, seeking a place of cool repose, releasing fire, a neat trick shows. Here we must speak once more of the frog-seeking Taoist. Being carried back to the Temple of Yellow Flowers, the Taoist was treated for his injuries. Without asking him a word, everyone assumed he had come to join them as a disciple, so they took extra care of him. While at the temple, the Taoists observed the others practicing. Through self-studying, he managed to learn a few techniques, such as Meteor Smash and Stallion Spring. Hundred-eyed Taoist master, hearing the Taoist's tales of his travels, recognized his quick wit and boldness, and decided to take him as a disciple. Overwhelmed by the honor, the Taoist immediately knelt and acknowledged his master. That night, however, he quietly packed his belongings and left the temple, resuming his quest to find the world's rarest frogs. The next day, when the master was informed of his departure, he laughed and said, "He has small ambitions and is unrestrained by conventions. One of a kind, indeed." The Taoist continued his journey and arrived at the Flaming Mountains. At the foot of Cooling Slope, he encountered a large, fiery red frog. They were about to engage in battle when a purple-skinned lion dog emerged from a cave behind the slope. This purple-skinned beast was extremely aggressive. Seeing the two of them lingering near its cave, it charged straight at them. The Taoist was initially intimidated by its presence, but the large frog kicked the beast away, saving his life. Angered by the frog's interference, the purple-skinned beast turned to attack it. The frog opened its mouth, and with a gulp spewed a stream of fire, forcing the beast to retreat several steps. Seizing the chance, the Taoist used all the techniques he had recently learned, Meteor Smash and Stallion Spring, against the beast. Seeing them join forces, the beast fled back into the cave. The Taoist pursued it into the cave, only to find the interior remarkably cool, a stark contrast to the scorching heat of Flaming Mountains. Before long, the frog also hopped into the cave, and hid in a shady corner. The Taoist realized that although the frog could breathe fire, its nature made it fear the mountain's heat, and the cave was the cool place it sought to rest. Even this Yao Guai had a desire to live. With this surprising understanding, the Taoist felt a surge of compassion and abandoned any thoughts of killing it. He sheathed his sword and left the cave. Yao Guai Kings lands Red Long. Smoke rises high from wood afire. Hit the back, let the beast respire, as in mist thunders conspire. After the case of the old Long King of Jing River was settled, the Long princes found themselves facing an uncertain future. Following the journey west, rewards were given based on merit, but only the Long princes alone waited judgment, heightening their anxiety. They sought out Yuan Shucheng and asked him for a sign of their fortunes. The signs showed the Long lies hid, not a time for action, which became a thorn in their hearts. Among them, the most concerned were the 4 Longs who governed the 4 rivers and knew well the might of those above. They took the initiative to resign, hoping to save their lives by retreating. Yet the letters they submitted to the Celestial Court were all returned. Time flew by, and one day Yuan Shaocheng sought out the Four Longs. He relayed that the signs had shifted. To the long lies hid, it stirs in the deep, indicating a favourable time for action. Upon hearing this, the Four Longs left their underwater abode and went their separate ways to plan their next moves. Red Long was quite astute. Knowing that Black Bear Guai was greedy for treasures and had the protection of Guan Yin, he bartered all his valuable possessions with Black Bear Guai in exchange for an ideal cave nestled in the mountains. Afterward, he went into seclusion in the cave and slept for many years. One day he awoke and wanted to soar up the sky and stretch his body again, but he found that he could hardly climb the clouds. He remembered an ancient saying, "When a Long wishes to ascend to the sky, it must first climb the clawwood." He wielded his thunderbolt tail to carve out a set of clawwood in the mountains to help him fly, but it was still to no avail. Red Long, unwilling to accept defeat, sought help from Black Bear Guai. Although Black Bear Guai was not good at flying, he couldn't resist the chance for profit that presented itself. He sold the Boshan censer he had bought from the Guan Yin's place to Red Long, claiming that the censer could create clouds and smoke. He cited a passage from ancient texts to persuade Red Long. "A Long cannot traverse without clouds." Red Long believed this to be true. He embedded the censer on his back and burned his will to forcibly create smoke from it. When one censer was not enough, he added another. Each time the censers emitted smoke, they greatly consumed his will, yet the help they provided was very limited. Although Red Long could use it to fly again, the flight could never compare to that of the old days. He could only reside wearily among the claw woods. Alas, to think that the world harbours such vexing realities. A skill once mastered can fade with neglect. Such is the nature of all knowledge. If not applied, it withers away to nothing in the end. How lamentable. Yellow Long. In robes concealed, a Long lies, trapped within the currents of life's ties. Soaring high, golden lining arise, fate's trials from which none can hide. The plan he had was simple. Since the old man could foresee destiny, he would surely sidestep misfortune. By staying with him, he believed he could elude all danger. After his brothers each fled to distant realms, he transformed into a Long pattern on Yuan Shaocheng's robe. For the next 100 years he followed the old man across the vast lands, watching him decipher omens and foretell futures. But what good did his words change? Most in their hubris fell into the same snares. Whenever this occurred, the old man would seek refuge in drink. By fortune's grace he possessed a gourd that brewed its own wine, and thus he often drowned his sorrows in a self-spun stupor. In his drunken haze the old man would often converse with the shadows. At times he would mutter wistfully, "What use is it to see through the game if you cannot play it? And if you do not enter the game, what is the use at all?" At other times he would be spirited and cheerful, exclaiming, with life and death both predetermined, so why not be bold and give it a try?" Occasionally he would speak with a heavy heart. "What's done shapes what's to come. How many can truly defy destiny?" And sometimes he would sigh and question, "If you could predict where you would die and deliberately avoid it, could you really escape?" The Long often wondered if these words were meant for him, but since the old man never exposed or drove him away, he assumed the old man was just rambling in his drunkenness. As time went on, these words gnawed at his heart, leaving him torn and unable to decide whether to leave. 100-eyed Taoist Master. Tending the furnace, stoking the flame, making pills to immortality aspire. Countless eyes and countless schemes, one misstep and shatter all dreams. Will this work? Violet Spider lowered her head, not daring to look directly at 100-eyed Taoist Master. The Master handed a needle to the old woman and said softly, "With what that monkey left behind and this vessel mine, you have nothing to worry about. If both fail, come to me and I will back you up." He paused as if a new thought had struck him and added, "If I act first, you will never see that pig again." Hearing this, the old woman quickly took the needle, thanked him, and left. Once the door closed, an immortal with a red scalp and a crane face came in, holding a fly whisk. He emerged from behind the screen, looking at the Master imposingly. The Master bowed respectfully and reported, "With that pig in our hands, the Destined One alone will not cause any trouble." The crane immortal remained non-committal and sighed. "Your little schemes are all under His Majesty's watchful eyes. He hasn't intervened out of respect for Her Majesty." The Master chuckled dryly and replied, "Her Majesty's words, they've taken too much profit." This time our principal and interest must be taken back. The Crane Immortal flicked his fly whisk as if shooing away flies and said leisurely, "Once it's done, you may leave, but they still have to stay." No expression could be seen on the master's face as he bowed deeply to the immortal. Yin-yang fish. Black yin fish, white yang fish, stirring storms with a sky-flipping swish, leaping, twirling, never at rest, boundless power in a bowl compressed. In the South Sea there is a fish over 6 meters long. Its dorsal fin resembles a blade and can change colour at will, whether white or black. This fish can fly into the sky, creating massive winds and waves as tall as mountains. Each time this fish appears, the village suffers from a plague. Once a fisherman, returning from his catch, encountered an elderly man who could barely walk. Despite his frailty, the old man carried a heavy, tattered bundle filled with scrolls. Exhausted and without money to pay for a boat ride, he struggled along the riverbank. The kind-hearted fisherman, seeing the old man's plight, offered him a free ride across the river, and even gave him 2 fresh fish for a meal. Grateful, the old man performed a divination on the spot and said, "In a few days, a young man wearing a bamboo hat and a white robe will pass by. Under no circumstances should you let him come to your village. On the day he arrives, do not conduct any business on the river, or you will lose your life." After delivering those cryptic words, the old man vanished from the boat, leaving the fisherman both astonished and frightened. Yet he etched the old man's warning deep into his heart. A few days later, while fishing, he indeed saw a man on the riverbank who matched the old man's description exactly. The man, claiming to be weary from his travels, asked the fisherman if he could take him to the nearby fishing village to rest. The fisherman initially wanted to refuse, but then decided to take the man to a neighbouring village downstream instead. After dropping the man off, the fisherman docked his boat and dared not return to the river. At that moment, the man pulled a black bowl from his sleeve and threw it into the river. As soon as the bowl hit the water, a massive pitch-black fish emerged, and a fierce storm erupted, with waves surging sky-high. The fisherman fled without looking back. Sometime later he heard that a severe plague had struck the neighbouring village, killing many people. Initially feeling a sense of relief, he soon learned that refugees from the neighbouring village had brought the plague to his own village, and they too were not spared. Bishui, golden-eyed beast, with auspicious purple skin, a majestic sight, mighty and fierce like a tiger in fight. Ice and fire clash, a battle so dire, in scorching hills and frigid lands, a path of mire. The Bull King sat on the mountaintop, utterly exhausted and unable to move. He watched as the Bishui beast limped away from the battlefield. He thought about calling out to it, but decided against it. His longest-serving mount had been heartlessly driven away by him, without even a backward glance. His most trusted weapon had been taken by his own son and discarded who knows where. The Bull King glanced at the bloodstains on his body. His old wounds had not yet healed, and now there were new ones. That brat's firepoint skills had improved again. Initially, when the boy learned of his origins, he clamoured for revenge every day. Fearing that his son would bring about his own demise, the Bull King had locked him up for a while and assigned the Bishui beast to guard him. Unexpectedly, Red Boy managed to escape, and by the time the Bull King arrived, the beast had chased and fought him for quite a while, leaving the boy pinned under its claws, barely alive. It was the beast's fault for being so ruthless, forcing him to severely injure it to save his son. What was wrong with that? Fortunately, he had held back enough to let the reckless beast keep its life, but who would have thought that the brat's injuries were faked? Now the tables had turned, and the son had imprisoned the father. Retribution, it seems, does not come from the karma, but from the hearts of men. The one who wanted to save you, you drove away. The one who wanted to kill you, you saved? A familiar voice echoed from the depths. Yes, you can save me, and I can save you too. But who will save us? The Bull King's head began to ache. Crane Immortal. In crimson embroidered robes, pure and refined, ascending to meet the immortal, unconfined, revered in the vast skies far and wide, what foolish man would dare not abide? The newly appointed Dawnstar originally served in the Hall of Incense. Now promoted, he had his first opportunity to tour the Celestial Palace. As he exited the Celestial Palace, he was met by the Crane Immortal, who first took him to the Celestial Gate to be introduced to the captains of the court on duty and the 4 heavenly kings. They then visited the 33 halls and the 72 palaces, paying respects to everyone along the way. The celestial beings treated them with utmost courtesy, which greatly pleased the newly appointed Constellation Officer. After the tour, the Crane Immortal was about to personally escort the Dawnstar back to the Palace of Illumination. On the way back, the Dawnstar suddenly asked, "I wonder if my predecessor was promoted or demoted. Could you enlighten me so I may know how to conduct myself in the future?" The Crane Immortal smiled and said, "He mingled too closely with the mortal realm, perhaps making some friends among the mountains and wilds. Now, having shed his celestial bonds, who can say where he revels in his new-found freedom?" The Constellation Officer frowned and asked, "I heard that the Dome of Stars conducts roll calls daily. How could it be that the Constellation Officer left without anyone knowing?" The Crane Immortal gently smoothed the wrinkles on the Dawnstar's robe and said somberly, "If he hadn't left quietly, how would you be here now?" Hearing this, the Dawnstar seemed to understand and did not pursue the matter further. Keeper of the Flaming Mountains. The furnace crumbles, bricks fall, a day of disgrace. Lament did he, the beauty he could not embrace. All his talents wasted on the golden sun. Looking back, he's become a foolish one. The galaxy was clear, and the sky was spotless. That night a young Taoist boy sat by the furnace fanning the fire. Feeling drowsy, he was about to sneak in a nap when he suddenly heard a soft laugh. Looking up, he saw his master standing at the door with a girl, watching him doze off. He quickly straightened his clothes and stood up to apologize. Contrary to his usual stern demeanor, the master did not scold him. Instead, he called the boy over and briefly introduced the newcomer, instructing them to guard the furnace together from now on. Finally, he said lightly, "She is your senior. You may call her Rakshasi." At first, the young Taoist boy was delighted to have a companion, but upon hearing that the newcomer was a senior, he felt displeased. As soon as the master left, he decided to make things difficult for her. Handing her the fan, he said, "The furnace is now your responsibility. It's only right that the older one does the work, isn't it, my senior?" The girl did not argue and simply smiled. "Indeed, my junior. You may go rest." The next day, when the master ascended the altar, the girl approached. The young Taoist boy thought she was going to complain, but instead she said, "Master, as a new disciple, it is only right that I fan the fire. However, the fan my junior gave me is a bit small and not very handy." The master glanced at the young Taoist boy and smiled. "If that's the case, I'll make a new one for you. You may as well wield it as a nice vessel." The young Taoist boy had not expected his usually strict master to be so kind to the girl. Gradually, he began to see her in a new light. From then on, they practiced together. He discovered that the girl was adept in both Buddhist and Taoist teachings. No matter what scripture the master taught, she could always engage in discussion, whereas he often struggled to keep up, both in speech and thought. Later, when the furnace was kicked over, he was severely punished by the master, while other disciples looked on coldly. It was only this senior who volunteered to descend to the mortal realm to help him. In the mortal realm, he learned that his senior had her own cave dwelling and a group of loyal followers. The master had even granted her the title of Earthy Immortal as compensation. Sounds like it should be earthly, really. Some time later, the master arranged for her to marry a Yao Guai king in the mortal realm. Though he felt a bit melancholic, he understood that he was ultimately unworthy of her, no matter how many dirty tasks he had done for the master. In the master's eyes, he would never be a match for her. Ma Tianba. In life, a brave heart met a noble lord, loyal and true, bound by a warrior's accord. Grateful and steadfast, he sought to repay, unyielding in courage, keeping danger at bay. Ma Tianba was originally named Ma. Flaming mountains were scorching hot all year round, with not a blade of grass growing around. Anyone attempted to cross the mountains, even if they had a head of iron and a body of steel, would melt into a puddle. Despite this, some merchants, driven by the lure of profit, attempted to cross the mountains to trade horses in the west. Yet upon setting foot in the Flaming Mountains, they were beset by Guais. None survived except for one horse, which bolted and ran for 60 miles after sensing the danger. Exhausted and thirsty, it collapsed at the gate of a cottage. An old man named Shu, who lived alone in the cottage, took pity on the horse. He took it in, fed it, and cared for it. Gradually, the horse regained its strength and grew robust. The horse was intelligent and always responded to the old man's kindness, with grateful neighs. The old man, seemingly able to understand the horse, said, "I was the eldest in my family. If you wish to join me, you should be called Ma-er, as my second brother." The old man treated Ma-er with genuine affection, often going hungry himself to ensure Ma-er was well fed. Ma-er took note of this and remembered it in his heart. The Flaming Mountains were in perpetual drought, and without the plantain fan there was no spring to sow and no autumn to harvest. Moreover, Shu was getting on in years. One day, as he was feeding Ma as usual, he suddenly collapsed by the stable. Seeing this, Ma hoisted the old man onto his back and galloped towards the plantain cave on the Emerald Mountain. He ran non-stop for over 770 miles, yet by the time they reached the Emerald Mountain, the old man had already passed away. Heartbroken, Ma refused to return to the cottage and began wandering the mountains. Seeing Ma-Er's gentle nature, the Yaoguais in the mountains often bullied him. Ma-Er endured their taunts and jests, never getting angry or speaking back. Homeless and unbannered, he lived this way for many days, his once robust body growing thin again. One day, as he was scavenging along the mountain path for scraps discarded by the lesser Yaoguais, he saw an old bull sleeping by the roadside, with fire burning on his fur. Alarmed, Ma-Er tried to wake the bull, but to no avail. With no other choice, Ma-Er hoisted the old bull onto his back and ran towards the plantain cave. Along the way, somehow, the Yaoguais, seeing Ma-Er carrying a burning bull, were furious. They shouted and attacked, but Ma-Er, ignoring them, charged ahead, sustaining many injuries. It was only when they finally reached the plantain cave that Ma-Er realized the burning bull was the Bull King, who had gotten drunk somewhere with friends and was now in a deep sleep. With a few calls from Rakshasi, the Bull King was startled awake from his drunken stupor. Seeing the battered Ma-Er, the Bull King laughed heartily. "You are one tough horse. From now on, join my banner, and you shall be named Ma Tianba." Thus Ma-Er became Ma Tianba. He trained and practiced martial arts under the Bull King, growing stronger and eventually becoming a great general under the Bull King's command. Pale Axe Stalwart. Axe in hand, the vanguard shows might, fearing neither toil nor plight, wishing for the mountain's peace, braving dangers till the sun's last light. A bright afternoon, camp of seasons. "Splendid! That's the morale I want to see," the Bull King exclaimed, seated in the main camp atop the cliff, observing the Bullguais training below. There we go on again. Excuse me. Standing beside him, the Pale Axe Stalwart reported, "My king, only such a powerful army is worthy of your majestic presence." The Bull King nodded approvingly, saying, "You've done well, young captain." Looking at the Pale Axe Stalwart, he said kindly, "You've not been under my command for long, yet you've managed to train this mixed troop so well. It's beyond my expectations." The Pale Axe Stalwart humbly replied, "When I first arrived and saw how well regulated the king's domain was, I was equally surprised." Realizing he might have misspoken, he quickly apologized. "I meant to say..." The Bull King laughed heartily. "No worries. The well-regulated domain is all thanks to the lady of the house. Her strict rules keep these boneheads in line." The Pale Axe Stalwart also laughed. "Indeed, I was initially taken aback by her strict rules." Seeing his straightforwardness, the Bull King praised, "You've done well in managing the troops. I'll promote you to be my vanguard." The Pale Axe Stalwart quickly knelt. "Thank you, my king, for the promotion. I will serve you with the utmost loyalty." Just then a voice called out, "Father, why have you summoned me?" The Pale Axe Stalwart looked up to see a red-skinned youth approaching from behind. "I called you to observe how to muster and command troops. This is my newly appointed vanguard. Come and meet him." The youth patted the Pale Axe Stalwart on the shoulder and smiled. "Very good. If my father trusts you, you must be capable. When I become king, you shall be my general." The Bull King clapped his hands and laughed. "Such ambition! The future of this domain will depend on you." The youth pondered for a moment and said, "Father, why not entrust that item to me as well?" The Bull King's face darkened and he did not respond. "Father, you trust me with the domain," the youth continued, "so why not with a mere object? Ever since you obtained it, you've grown more haggard. Mother is very worried." The Bull King waved his hand dismissively. "Do not mention this again." The youth, though puzzled, did not wish to defy his father, and left reluctantly. Yay, reading done for now. Is it, my precious? It very well may be. I'm assuming we've got like another level to go after this. Once we've collected all the relics, we're going to have to like go to the realm of the Celestials, probably. Boom! Oh, it is my precious, not is it my precious. Either way, they both comments work.
Father, I brought him here. It's the destined one. Brother is not around. You can hand it over to him now. Brother will surely give up on his plan once it's returned. And then we will be a family again. Are you not thinking straight, Father? I brought the destined one here to save you. How can you say that to me? I went through flames to find the destined one for you. But you, Father, don't you see? Worry not, old born fool.
Ah.
See you shortly.
You could have enjoyed a good show, but you simply lack the taste. I should have just killed you all. My guise was perfect. No one could see a single flaw in it. How did you find out then?
Indeed, you evil witch bitch. One ugly little boy.
Interesting. That little fox. I will find out if it's true after I hunt her down. But first, I should burn you two together and mix your ashes to honor your friendship. Entertainment. That can wait. You don't know when to quit, do you? Let us ignite!
Uh-oh.
That was fun! Really fun! You thought you could defeat me, didn't you?
Ah. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh! Oh!
Hey! That don't stop. It's burn like my spear.
Second phase? No, that's not good. It's gonna get intercepted.
Thanks to this false death talisman. Poor keeper. Seems his legacy was his only offer after all.
Yaksha King. Pretty cool.
No wonder not a single raindrop was found.
This feels like a final boss. You reckon?
Whole time. My bad, old bull. I was a bit delayed. Little rascal. I'll teach you a lesson on your parents' behalf. And here goes my race.
Ah, shit.
Restless, hopeless, fearless.
Was the pig gonna sack himself for us? Mayhaps. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Oh, very cool.
Still holding on, despite it all. Does your vengeance weigh more than your family? Spit it out now, his relic!
My king, I'm sorry for my weakness. I turned to them, but none offered help.
My lady, forget it.
I implore you to show mercy and spare my son. He is the last of the Yaksha's bloodline in the West.
Well, we need my relic
With
first.
an origin most tragic and twisted. Now, he poses a threat no more. Should you grant him mercy, I, Rakshasi, and the Balking shall retreat ourselves to secluded meditation. Along with our children, we will never leave the mountain again.
He's gonna get up and kill his mom.
He is our son. We will bear his punishment. If it pleases you, my plantain fan is also yours to take.
Flames have paved my way. Through flames, I shan't stray. Fame was my flame, for revenge destined to stray.
All the part 2 Electric Boogaloo.
The light lies in our submission,
Possibly.
kneeling and begging. You shall never witness it.
Not what I anticipated. Alright then, yeah. I swear, if she steps in the way and grabs it and we have to fight her, I will not be impressed. Not with her, at least.
You've atoned through deeds, Black Myth. Take this pair of eyes. You've served the righteous cause of the realm. These ears are yours. Your power has gathered anew. Keep this note. You've endured hardships on the island. Go to town. And the bull is the hardest to turn against a sworn brother. You can have his body.
Save your strength, brother. We yet to slay our way to the court and seize that senile emperor. This one must be the chief of their troop. Brother, watch my back while I go play with him.
Your reluctance is plain, just like my own. They forced me to drink from the river of childbearing, to bear that boy in my womb. If not for that monkey, we could have lived our separate lives in peace. As if none of this had happened.
You're cute. You knew who I was from the start. Why did you choose to be their lapdog? I never wanted to sever our ties. If kinship means anything to you, give me that relic. And let me avenge my people.
My king! Let the monkey have my fan! There will be no trouble.
Your brother, I've disciplined. Your boy, I've given away. Your wife's fan. Today, I'll take it with me too. Find a master and serve the right. It's the only path left for the likes of us. Don't you understand, brother?
Wukong! I took out the bull's concubine with a whack of my rake too! Turned out, oh, she was a fox squire!
Yeah, Wukong was a piece of shit by the sounds of it. Or is that was him seeing what could have been, what he may Wukong would have gone on to do, and that's why he betrayed him? Maybe, I don't know.
I saw it with enough merit and the position before the Buddha. They would leave me be, and all of you as well. But now I see, for someone like me, staying alive is enough to be a transgression. Brother, take care of your wife and children.
Oh no, so that's what he did do.
And remember, steer clear of my remains.
So he was a piece of shit. The road to hell is paved with good intentions and all that. Chapter 5, Golden Child, Crimson Blood, concluded.
The Akshas are the mightiest of the 8 legions, after all. Your body hard as metal, meeting death in scores is inevitable. Yet, why did you endure the fish and those carts just as poorly? You rush like wind with a clouded mind. It's your desires that shape what you think. Had your mind been less unsettled, would you still have fallen for that child's play? Haste oft blinds while patience illumines. Next time, can you still fulfill as Wukong without budging?
Yeah. Grieved body. Plantain fan, or plantain fan. Upon activation, creates a hurricane that lifts the enemy airborne, highly effective against specific enemies. Fine gold thread, celestial ribbon, gold tree core, coon steel, and mind core. Alright, I'm just going to have a wee, and then I will be back shortly. Ooh! All the 4 vessels now belong to me. Be back in a moment. Right then, let's fight this celestial core. Well, let's have a look at the little things we can here, and then we'll fight the celestial core.
Subdue the Volcano, the Jade Emperor issued an edict. Nergal with the incinerating wheels, the Glycerine sword, and the coiling tether, and his father with the sealing pagoda and the revealing glass. Combining their strength, they mustered a host of immortals who fought the Bull King and narrowly defeated him. Amid Wukong's rampage through the court, he toppled Lord Lau's pill furnace. A few bricks bearing remnant flames fell here and became the Flaming Mountains. Lord Lau blamed the furnace-tending boy for his negligence and banished him to become the keeper of this place. That was Princess Fairfox of Mount Judah. Graced with great wealth, the princess revered the Bull King's immense power. She gladly led him, despite the suited watch. The two shared some joyous days together, until the monk and his disciples came, and Bajia slew the princess. Stories tell that the two bore a daughter, though her fate is unknown.
Okay.
Before the journey, Wukong lived free and easy. He wandered the lands and befriended the mighty. He had 6 sworn brothers, the Bull King among them. The monkey and the bull both called themselves great sages. They were 2 of a kind. As for their parting of ways and hard-fought strife, those are tales for another time. As the Bull King collapsed, he cast a glance behind, as if catching a glimpse of his deepest fear. The red boy coming to claim his life with the 5 elemental cards and the valiant 6. He wished this day would never come, yet also longed for its swift arrival.
That's all it then. That's all the things we can see, it looks like. Yeah. Yeah. Chapter 6. Unfinished. Sure.
We're getting home, son. Not getting all worked up. Oh. That old monkey's going to be at the mountaintop no matter what. You don't have to rush. We've gathered the 5 relics, just as he said. All we need now is the 6th one he has.
Okie dokie. Ooh. Massively reduces stamina cost of all charged heavy attacks, considerably increases maximum health, increases 4 Bane's resistances. Let's just go for max health. We're doing alright on most things, I think. Famous last words, I suppose. Red boy. On his red skin, talent may shine, eyes glaring bright, a mischievous sign. Samadi fire forged, yet heart unrefined. The gate to Mount Ling Shan lies within the mind. There we go. For many years, Red Boy had been having the same nightmare. In his childhood, he shared this nightmare with his mother. Mother, there were so many people. They were all coming to kill me. My dear, once you fall asleep again, you'll forget about it by tomorrow. Yet the boy was excited. But I'm very powerful. I defeated monks as tall as mountains, strange birds, and fire-breathing statues. I'm not afraid of them at all. Oh, how brave you are, my dear. He continued. I dreamt that I grew up into an adult, with long horns on my head and long spikes on my hands. I could kill a bunch of bad people at once, but there were too many of them. I couldn't kill them all. Later, some strange people I'd never seen before came. They hung quietly in the sky, not coming down, just silently watching me from above. His mother pulled him into her arms. If that day ever comes, your father and I will go to the sky with you and kill them all. Will we die? I dreamt that they killed me, and I turned into a red lotus flower, and Mother, you picked this lotus flower, and I became your child again. He continued to chatter. Mother, if I die, would you be willing to give birth to me again? Don't you ever say this again. Yaksha King. Fangs bared, eyes like twin lanterns bright. In battle's clash, he finds delight. Agile and brave, with skills so fine, yet lost and wandering, his fates decline. The raging flames had reached the golden hall, and the sounds of battle outside were deafening, though they were muffled within. The king, gravely wounded, sat amidst the wreckage, holding a recently deceased young boy in his arms. A figure stood behind the curtain, sighing. Such devastation. Don't you see? It's all because of you. The king remained silent. Whether the Yaksha royal lineage continues or ends depends entirely on your decision today. The king couldn't help but glance around the golden hall, still able to see traces of its former glory. They say Yakshas are the most resolute, yet you, as their king, are hesitant and indecisive. The king gently stroked his son's face, the body still warm. He wished so dearly that the boy could see his vast and beautiful homeland he had never been to. If you have even a shred of lingering desire, why not try my method? The unattainable wish in your heart, I will take care of it for you. As a king, was he not even allowed to die on the battlefield? The king closed his eyes. Finally he opened them and said slowly, Since there is no salvation, I will leave me and my son at your disposal. Splendid. It's not too late to understand it now. The figure clapped, and a white-clad Taoist emerged from behind. The Taoist approached the Yaksha king, bowed, then sat cross-legged on the ground. He extended his hands above the boy's head and began to chant softly. Before long, a small blood-red lotus flower emerged slowly from the boy's forehead, crystal clear and vibrant. The Taoist carefully plucked the lotus and placed it into a bowl he carried. The Yaksha king fixed his unblinking gaze intently at the lotus. The figure said, This red lotus is the essence of your son's soul. To ensure it does not dissipate before successful reincarnation, we will need your life and the water from the river of childbearing. The Yaksha king raised his arm, taking one last look at the blood lotus. I will do it myself. Ping Ping. Born to a fate of trials and woes, who pities the ebb and flow of those? Better to live in nature's embrace, freely to wander, freely to repose. After delivering her homework to her mother, Ping Ping went to the height of Ember. Her brother had asked her to meet him there, saying he had something important to discuss. When she arrived, she saw Red Boy standing with his hands on his hips, directing quick as fire and fast as wind to burn the Bulgwais to flee as his way of training them. Amused at the scene, he laughed loudly and boisterously. Brother, Ping Ping called softly. Ever since Red Boy returned from Guan Yin's tutelage, she felt he had changed. Every time she spoke to him, a subtle fear tugged at her heart. Upon seeing her arrival, Red Boy waved to halt the training and turned to her. Ping Ping, let's engage in a game, he proposed. You will run, and I shall chase you. Let's see if I can catch you before an incense stick burns out. In the past, Pimping would transform into a little fox, leaping through rocks and crevices, always having the upper hand. Yet this time, Red Boy shattered her hiding rocks with a single spear thrust, scorched her standing deadwood with a breath of fire, and flew over the cliffs she jumped across as a red cloud. In less than half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Red Boy effortlessly caught her inside. Mother's teachings are still too gentle. Seeing his sister's gloomy face, Red Boy took her to rest by the cliff in the Furnace Valley. To cheer her up, he twirled his fire point for her entertainment. Seeing his little sister clapping and cheering, Red Boy asked, "How do you think my skills compare to Father's?" Ping couldn't answer. She had never dared to make such a comparison. She took out the fire dates her mother had rewarded her and shared them with Red Boy, changing the subject to talk about anecdotes in the mountains. Seeing this, Red Boy didn't press further and responded perfunctorily. Ping cautiously said, "Brother, you and I have always been the closest. If you have something on your mind, you can tell me. It's not easy for our family to be reunited. I just want to live peacefully in these mountains, away from worldly strife." Gazing at the burning clouds, Red Boy said, "Sister, you should see more of the outside world. There's no such thing as living away from worldly strife. It's just self-deception of losers." Ping wanted to ask him who he was competing with and why he had to compete, but before she could speak, she felt a blow to the back of her neck and fainted. Rakshasi. From dawn to dusk, toil's bitter strain. Day and night, home's burdens remain. Destiny shows no mercy, merciful she became. Why is her household light the hardest to sustain? Mount Lingshan, Vulture Peak, before the Thunderclap Temple. Rakshasi clasped her intertwined hands tightly, steadying her trembling body, striving to appear calm and serene. She had travelled to many places on this journey, domains of the Yao Guai king she befriended in the mortal realm, abodes of the gods she met in the celestial realm, the immortal islands on the sea, and even the underworld. She had visited them all. She also went to the Tushita Palace to seek advice from her master, yet the latter had only offered a heartfelt persuasion. "I ordered you to raise a child, but I did not ask you to be a true mother. Let the boy stir his trouble. As long as you and your husband stay out of it, you will be safe." Her master's words left her in despair. She knew that no protection would the Flaming Mountains receive. This was their destiny ordained. But she knew her son all too well, reckless and wild, vengeful and unforgiving. After all the suffering he had endured over the years, unless he could vent his anger, the only way to resolve the siege of Flaming Mountains would be to break his spine. Thus she came here, for revenge. How to exact it? She had no idea, her mind a blank void. Lady Rakshasi. Oh, Lady Rakshasi, the master summoned you inside. Ananda stood at the temple door, his voice as gentle as ever. She straightened her back, gripping the plantain fan tightly in her hand, and hoarsely replied, "Thank you, venerable elder." Oh, just thank you, venerable. As she walked into the hall, flanked by the 8 great Vajras and 500 Arhats, she seemed to hear faint laughter, but all she saw in her peripheral vision were solemn and dignified figures. Reaching the base of the lotus throne, she knelt with her head held high, clutching the fan tightly. "Rakshasi, what brings you here to seek an audience with me?" She remained silent, gripping the fan with all her might, ready to unleash its divine wind at any moment. The hall was deathly quiet. All eyes were on her. She could feel the Vajras glaring with their angry eyes, the Arhats staring at her with their wrathful gazes, and all the divine figures transforming into fierce visages. She lowered her head. I greet you on behalf of my master." A booming laughter echoed, deafening. Within that laughter she heard the cries of an infant, the innocent giggles of a child, the roars of an adolescent, and the cycle of blooming and withering flowers, the growth of grass and the flight of orioles over millennia. She heard the embers extinguishing in the Flaming Mountains. Bull King. Renowned as the mighty king, his life was far from plain. His spirit spanned the 3 realms, his fame touched 4 domains. Among the Guais, a hero grand, wild and untamed, the sudden arrival of Dharma left his homeland forever changed. With shadow as his companion, true enlightenment within him lay. In days of yore, the Bull King converted to Buddhism, and within a century completed his practice and returned to the Flaming Mountains. Overjoyed, Rakshasi and Ping loudly celebrated his return, and hosted a grand banquet in his honour. During the banquet, the keeper of the Flaming Mountains asked, "My king, why did you return so hastily?" The Bull King replied, "An old friend with whom I had some misunderstandings in the past helped me achieve a great merit. The Bodhisattva then pleaded with the Buddha on my behalf, granting me the grace to return. From now on, I will stay in the mountain and go nowhere else." From that day on, the Bull King's temperament changed drastically. His former wild and unrestrained nature was no longer seen. He declined all invitations, ceased his travels, and instead stayed in the Flaming Mountains, helping Rakshasi with household affairs and training the bull soldiers, living a very peaceful life. Several decades later, Red Boy received instructions from the Bodhisattva and returned to Flaming Mountains to serve his parents. The family of 4 enjoyed a period of peace. However, Rakshasi gradually noticed something unusual about the Bull King. He became increasingly thin, his face showing signs of aging, and he ate less, as if weighed down by heavy worries. More strangely, the Bull King sometimes transformed into his original form, retreating to the mountain peaks, retching. The furry celestial maidens serving Rakshasi said, "The king might be suffering from a rare bovine illness." The fox maiden serving Ping Ping said, "The king, aware of his past sins, might have learned an ascetic practice in Mount Ningshan, and is now undergoing it." The keeper of Flaming Mountains said, "The king's mind is trapped in the past intertwined with his old friend, unable to break free. Those past events have become an invisible shackles, from which he never escapes." Legal. Yeah, okay. Yaksha Mask of Outrage. Significantly increases attack when health is low. Player stance varied combo, sweeping down and deal additional damage. Unleash rage within, significantly increasing damage both dealt and taken. That is cool. But I kind of want this shit. until we can get the full suit, or at least 2 of them. I'm going to keep the centipede shit on. Eagle Soldier. Immortals and mortals all shrouded in haze, trails they must path through life's winding maze. How many find wisdom, break free from the chain, escaping the cycles of suffering and pain. 3 men died on the same day, and their souls met in the underworld. Kneeling before the judge pointed to one soul and said, "In life you were a thief, robbing and injuring others, bullying the innocent. Now I sentence you to the mountain of knives to atone for your sins." The man wailed, "My kins burnt gold and silver paper ingots for me, and they could fill 10 storerooms. If you show mercy, all that wealth is yours." The judge remained unmoved, flicked his sleeve, and had the underworld soldiers take him away. The judge then pointed to the second soul and said, "You shall be reborn as a human." The soul protested, "I diligently practiced Buddhism, did many good deeds, never harmed any living being. Why must I endure the suffering of reincarnation?" The judge replied, "A human may see 100 springs, but the grass knows only one. Being reborn as a human is already a privilege. Do you wish to be reborn as a beast?" The soul was displeased and said, "Life as a human is arduous. I practice Buddhism and it should grant me escape." The judge snorted coldly, "Today, Bodhisattva Ksitagarbha is not here. Whether you escape or not is up to you." He flicked his sleeve and the underworld soldiers took him away. Finally, the judge pointed to the last soul and said, "In life you stole mind cores and made pills which harmed lives. Now I sentence you to the pool of blood to cleanse your sins before you can reincarnate." Just as he was about to have the underworld soldiers take him away, a celestial captain in golden armor flashed into the hall, threw a military order on the table and said, "He has attained profound enlightenment. This is a summons from the celestial court. The admiral has sent me to escort him to become a celestial soldier." Hearing this, the soul was overjoyed and quickly followed the celestial general out. Hound soldier. Bright helm with shining armor. Bright helm with shining armor paired, golden spear with carvings flared. With the universe's mystic power grand, all is cleansed in the sacred land. The story continues, with the soul that escaped the underworld now ascending to the upper realm, filled with excitement. He followed the celestial captain through alleys and corridors, eventually arriving at the armory. The captain said, "These are the Chubai war armors, unmatched in the mortal world." He then selected a set and handed it to the soul. They proceeded to the side hall, but instead of entering the main hall, they went to a side chamber, where a minor official handed them a contract instructing the soul to sign and seal it. The minor official indifferently warned, "By signing this contract, you agree to serve in the celestial court forever with no chance of reincarnation." The soul, glancing around at the grandeur of the palace and the elegance of the celestial beings, signed and sealed the contract immediately. The celestial captain then led the soul to the Tushita Palace. Again, they did not enter the main hall, but turned through a corridor to a massive tower at the back. Thick black smoke billowed from the top, and many soldiers were waiting outside, holding armor, ready to enter. As the soul stepped inside, he felt the scorching heat. Numerous furnaces blazed with fierce flames, and a giant cauldron hung above, melting copper and iron. A Taoist boy with a fan approached, smiling. "Celestial soldier, heed my plea. Your flesh is gone, your soul must be. Bound to armor, fierce and bold. In battles fought, be brave yet hold. For if you falter, heed this call. Your very soul shall perish, fall." With that, the boy pushed the soul into a mould, arranging the armor pieces. Still bewildered, the soul saw the giant cauldron tilt above him, pouring boiling molten metal. His piercing screams echoed through the tower. Jackal Soldier. The mighty general, like thunderclouds, descends with lightning to the mortal crowds. In battles fierce, both sides contend. Life was hard, and hardships transcend. The newly forged soul, having barely accustomed to his armors yet, heard that the Jade Emperor, in his fury, had dispatched 100,000 celestial soldiers to descend and subdue Yao Guai's. Fearing that he was not yet skilled with his weapon, the celestial captain gave him an iron bow and instructed him to stay at the rear and shoot arrows. Descending to the mortal realm with the others, he saw banners flying and weapons gleaming. 18 celestial nets covered the mountains, and it seemed all celestial beings, be their constellation officers or admiral, had come to surround the area tight. The battle raged with relentless fury, sand and stones whirling through the air. The sky and earth darkened as dust and debris filled the universe. The newly recruited celestial soldier had barely fought when a powerful force stunned him. When he awoke, he found himself in front of a tower behind the Tashita Palace corridor. 2 Taoist boys were carrying him inside. A Taoist boy greeted him with a smile. "Luckily, your armor isn't ruined, or you couldn't be healed." As he spoke, the boy pushed him into a mold, arranged the armor pieces, and poured boiling metal over him again. Emerging from the quenching pool, a lightning flash sent him back to the battlefield. Dazed and still in pain, the new soldier stood on the battlefield, unsure of which celestial deity had struck him again with a golden wave, and he found himself once more in front of Tashita Palace Tower. After that he was burned, drowned, and shocked, but each time his armor remained whole. Hence he was reforged and sent back to the battlefield again. Unbearable! He grabbed a weapon from the ground, finally resolving that he could not suffer alone. Rebelling against the Celestial Court seemed the only way out. Captain of the Court. Immortal rights bestow eternal life, a body forged in steel, free from strife. Though sorrow lingers, pain remains. In cycles of rebirth, truth regains. Continuing from the previous story, the soul had been a celestial soldier for 1,000 years and had risen through the ranks to become a captain of the court. Despite his promotion, he felt lost and uncertain. In life he had not attained enlightenment, and as a celestial soldier, the highest rank he could achieve was that of a captain. Many former celestial captains, in an attempt to change their fate, had fled to the mortal realm, only to be hunted down and killed, their souls dissipating with no chance of reincarnation. This time, upon hearing of upheaval at Mount Huaguo, the Celestial Court dispatched celestial soldiers to the mortal realm. Missing 1 head count, the celestial captain received orders to select a soul from the underworld. He approached the judge and saw 3 kneeling souls. He chose the one who had practiced Taoism and brought him out of the underworld. The soul, seeing the celestial captain's gleaming armor, the cold edge of his blade, and the intricately carved shield of solid iron, was excited. The celestial captain paused and asked something he wasn't supposed to. "If you come with me today, you will have no chance of reincarnation. As a deity, the highest rank you can achieve is my position. Are you still willing to go?" The soul replied, Yes, I'm willing. I don't know if there will be any other opportunities in reincarnation. I might go through countless cycles of rebirth, only to suffer even more." Knowing that the soul would not change his mind, the celestial captain had to take him to the upper realm. We should probably rest. I believe this will be the last biome for us. Boss.
Bad luck. It's a dead end.
Is pig friend gonna die?
You nasty slut.
Oh, you again.
I let you lead, and now you have the gall to show up. If you come at me now, this day will be your last.
Supreme Inspector. Ow, my face. Ow. 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 Ooh. Ow. 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 It's my cloud! Finally!
Fortune's gift it is. It's Wukong's somersault cloud. I was ringing my brain how to fetch you, but this savvy one's already on it. It must have been hidden here amongst the mist until it sensed the relics on you. Thanks to them, it recalled its master and saved your skin. Now that it answers to your call, why not make good use of it? Your mortal body is too heavy for me in my wind form. All these henchmen of the court, what draws them to this mountain? Let's find out!
Somersault